and they don't talk to you, please don't think they are being rude or unfriendly. They are merely following my instructions. Moreover, during the course of the trial and during any breaks that we take, do not communicate with, provide information personally, in writing or electronically to anyone about this case, not even your own families and friends, courtroom personnel, and also not even amongst yourselves until instructed otherwise. If you do have to explain to friends, family, or coworkers your absence from your usual routine, my advice is that you only mention that you are serving as a juror and that you say up front that you cannot say who or what is involved or even the type of case that it is. The reason I make this suggestion is that in conversation, if you say anything more, it is natural for the other person to tell you everything they know about that person, case, subject matter, or every opinion they have about it. By stating your limits up front, you will cut off comments that would be improper for you to hear in conversations in which it would be improper for you to participate. You are also not to visit the place where the offenses were allegedly committed or other places described in the case. From time to time, it will be the duty of the court to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You should not concern yourselves with the reasons for these rulings. During the trial, you will hear the parties make objections. Don't hold it against either side when you hear objections. The parties are not trying to keep anything from you. They are doing their job and their duties. Objections help me and serve an important purpose to make sure you get only proper evidence on the issues in this case. The number of objections made or which side has more objections sustained or overruled must have no effect at all on your consideration of the evidence. If there is an objection and I say overruled, you can consider the question and you can consider the answer. If there is an objection and I say sustained, you are to disregard the question and the answer. There will be times when I will discuss matters with the parties at the bench to see if we can resolve scheduling matters and other issues without interrupting the flow of the proceedings. Alternatively, I may excuse you from the courtroom, or we may exclude ourselves and go off to the side or into chambers to discuss a point of law or an issue. Please do not let this annoy you. The law requires that these discussions be held out of your hearing and sometimes outside of your presence. This practice assures you hear only proper evidence. There may be recesses or delays, although we will try to keep those to a minimum. At times we might be a few minutes late in beginning, but we will again exercise our best efforts to keep those to a minimum. If there is a delay, we're using the time for a good purpose, so please do not feel your time is being wasted if you have to wait. We will also take breaks throughout the trial for you to use the facilities. In addition, you may take notes to assist you in understanding the evidence in this case. You do not have to take notes if you don't want to. If you do take notes, please don't let your note-taking interfere with your attention to the witnesses. I will also be taking notes, but for a different reason. Our jobs are different, so don't look to me for when you should be taking notes. That is your decision. You may use your notes to refresh your memory at the appropriate time, but you should also use your own memory of the evidence. If your notes conflict with your memory, or if someone else's notes conflict with your memory, you are free to use your own memory of the evidence. Just because a juror has taken notes does not mean that his or her memory of the evidence is any better than the memory of a juror who did not take notes. Your notes will not leave the courtroom. They will be collected then, or we will collect them from you when you leave for lunch or during recesses by having you leave those in your seat. No one will look at those notes. You will be allowed to remove your notes from the courtroom. Time for deliberation. After the case has been decided, your notes will be gathered and destroyed without anyone looking at them, but they will not be allowed to leave the courthouse. If at any time during the trial you cannot hear a witness or a party, please let me know by raising your hand. It is important that you hear everything that is said. If you did not hear something, I may have the witness repeat the answer, or I may ask the court reporter answer. As jurors, it is your duty to determine the facts and to determine them from the evidence produced in open court. You are applying the law to the facts and in that way decide the case. You are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In determining the credibility to be given to any witness, you may take into account his or her ability and opportunity to observe, his or her memory, his or her manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice he or she may have, and the reasonableness of his or her testimony considered in the light of all the evidence in the case. You may consider all the evidence in the light of your own observations and experiences in life. When deciding this case, you must not allow sympathy, bias, or prejudice to influence your verdict. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guess, or conjecture. Our system of law is based on the principle that a jury will decide the case on the law and on the evidence. That is the oath you make as jurors, and I know you will fulfill it. In this case, I have approved a request to allow the news media to film and photograph the proceedings. This is permitted by the Illinois Supreme Court and is subject to numerous restrictions contained in the policy for extended media coverage in the circuit courts of Illinois. The policy in place regarding cameras in the courtroom is very strict, and the court closely monitors every policy provision. In general, the policy permits the news media to film and photograph the courtroom setting, the participants in the trial, and any person who might be in the audience. The policy does not permit the news media to film or photograph any of you as jurors or the jury panel as a whole in the courtroom or outside the courtroom. The presence of cameras does not make this case more important than any other. All trials are equally important to the court and to the parties involved. You should not draw any inference or conclusions from the fact that cameras are present at this particular trial. The news media is generally able to choose which portion or portions of the trial they wish to attend. Therefore, their attendance may be periodic from day to day. Also, for legal reasons, the news media may not be permitted to film and photograph certain witnesses. You are not to concern yourselves with why certain witnesses are filmed and photographed and others are not. Whether a particular witness is filmed or photographed is not any indication as to the value of or weight to be given to that witness's testimony. You should ignore the presence of any cameras. If you find at any time that you're distracted or unable to concentrate because of the cameras, please notify me. There are two formal instructions which I need to read to you at this time. You will receive these instructions in writing along with the other instructions following closing arguments. Members of the jury, the trial is about to commence, and I will now instruct you as to the law regarding some of your duties during trial and deliberation. You should not do any independent investigation or research on any subject or person related to the case. What you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. This includes any press, radio, or television programs, and it also includes any information available on the internet. Such programs, reports, and information are not evidence, and your verdict must not be influenced in any way by such material. For example, you must not use the internet, including Google, Wikipedia, or any other source that you might otherwise use to search for any information about the case or the law which applies to the case or the people involved in the case, including the defendant, witnesses, lawyers, or myself, the judge. During the course of the trial, do not communicate with, provide information personally in writing or electronically to anyone about this case, not even your own families or friends, courtroom personnel, and also not even amongst yourselves until instructed otherwise. You must not provide any information about the case to anyone by any means at all, and this includes posting information about the case or your thoughts about it on any device or internet site, including any blog, chat room, or social media website, such as Twitter, Facebook, or any other or any other site. You cannot use any electronic devices or services to communicate about this case, including cell phones, smartphones, laptops, the internet, or any other tools of technology. The use of such devices or services in connection with your duties as jurors is prohibited. The lawyers, parties, and witnesses are not permitted to speak with you about any subject, even if unrelated to this case, until after the case is over and you are discharged from your duties as jurors. We all have feelings, assumptions, perceptions, fears, and stereotypes about others. Some biases we are aware of, and others we might not be fully aware of, which is why they are called implicit biases or unconscious biases. Our biases often affect how we act favorably or unfavorably towards someone. Biases can affect our thoughts, how we remember, what we see and hear, whom we believe or disbelieve, and how we make important decisions. As jurors, you are being asked to make important decisions in this case. You must resist jumping to conclusions based on personal likes or dislikes. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. You must not be biased in favor or against any person because of his or her race, ethnicity, national ancestry, religion, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, or socioeconomic status. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented. Mr. Jones, does the state wish to make an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, the defense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At 77 years old, Tina Lohman had raised 4 children. She was a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. She ran a successful business with her husband, Tim. But to Tina, what was most important was her family. And on November 9th, 2021, she was looking forward to celebrating the upcoming Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays with her family. She was looking forward to spending those holidays with her husband, her children, her 14 grandchildren, and her 17 great-grandchildren. She had bought the Christmas presents, they were wrapped, they were ready to be placed under the Christmas tree. But Tina Lohman, she wouldn't get to see the joy and the looks of anticipation on the faces of those grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She wouldn't get to hear them say, "Merry Christmas, Grandma," when they showed up at her house to open those presents. She wouldn't get to experience the joy of opening the presents that her husband and children had bought her. Because on November 9th, 2021, she was kidnapped by the defendant, she was robbed by the defendant, and she was brutally and violently sexually by the defendant. The defendant left Tina bruised and battered. He left her bleeding on the floor, stand, emotionally and physically scarred until she would die 33 days later on December 12th, 2021. On November 9th, 2021, Tina was driving home when it was starting to get dark. She started to have car trouble. She must have been so scared, like any woman would
Your Honor,
be.
I'd object.
Grounds?
The death has no relevance in this case.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. She must have been so scared, as any woman would be, driving home at night with car trouble, alone on a dark bottom road, and no one to help her. But then a car started. How do you think she felt? Was she relieved? Did she think she was going to get help? Was she scared? Was something bad about to happen? But she was 77 years old. And this is Quincy. Nothing bad happens in Quincy, right? In Quincy, when you have trouble, people stop, they pull over, and they help you. But instead of a random act of kindness, the defendant and his accomplice showed up. They showed up to commit an act of violence, an act of terror, of rape. Every woman's worst nightmare on a dark bottom road. The defendant forced his way into Tina's car. Tina thought it was about taking money and jewelry from her. She thought the defendant was going to kill her, so she told her she had more stuff back at her house. The defendant's accomplice followed them in another car. But the defendant was not just satisfied with money or jewelry. The defendant wanted more from this 77-year-old great-grandmother. As the defendant drove Tina's car back toward the house as they were being followed by the accomplice, the defendant reached over, grabbing Tina and forced his penis into her mouth. When they arrived at Tina's house, Tina was able to get away. She was able to run inside, lock the door, while the defendant and the woman with him, his accomplice, were in the garage. But the defendant wasn't done. He wasn't going to let Tina get away. He kicked in the door to her house, breaking down the door, leaving a shoe print, and the nightmare for Tina continued. The defendant stole money and jewelry from inside Tina's house. He pushed her down the stairs, and he tried to get into her basement safe. Then, the defendant bent Tina over a chair in her living room. He shoved his penis into her vagina. He shoved his penis into her mouth. He told her to act like she liked it. And then, when the defendant was finished using Tina's dick, his twisted purposes, he sprayed her mouth and body with carpet cleaner. While the defendant was doing all of these things, robbing her, assaulting her, his accomplice, the woman that was with him, was holding a knife and threatening Tina's life. After the defendant finished robbing Tina of her dignity, he fled. He fled with Tina's purse. He fled with her jewelry. He took her money. He fled with Tina's car. He even took Tina's rosary. Then he went across the river to Hannibal and he played video poker. When Tim Schmitt arrived home, he found Tina on the floor, crying and bleeding, crying that she'd been raped and her body. Next to Tina was the knife that her life had been threatened with. Tim, her husband, gave Tina a knife because Tina was so terrified the defendant and his accomplice were going to come back. Then he called 911. Tim asked Tina to tell him what it was, and she relived that nightmare again as she told him how she had been violated, how she had been robbed, how she had been left bloody and bruised on that floor. For the weeks after her assault, Tina was in pain, both emotional pain and physical pain. She never had the opportunity to recover because on December 12th, 2021, Tina's heart broke. Tina won't be able to take that witness stand. She won't be able to tell you what the defendant and the accomplice did to her. Instead, her husband will tell you what Tina told him that night when he found her crying and bleeding on their living room floor. Tell you about what happened on November 9th, 2021, but you will get to see the photographs that were taken at Blessing Hospital by the nurse, Jacqueline Oglesby. The photographs of Tina's mouth, where the defendant had sprayed her with carpet cleaner. The photographs of Tina's vagina, where the defendant had shoved his penis inside of her. The photographs of Tina's body, showing that she had been left bruised and beaten. Tina won't be able to come here and tell you about the pain. She won't be able to tell you about the humiliation she suffered, but you will get to Dr. Ada Kagumba, Tina's doctor. And she'll tell you about the injuries she observed on Tina the week after the defendant had assaulted her. Tina won't be able to come here. She won't be able to look the defendant in the eye and say, "You did this to me." But on that cold, dark November night, one of the reasons Tina was so terrified is she had no idea who the person was that attacked her. She didn't know his name. She didn't know where he had been, and she didn't know where he went. But she did know. She knew he had She knew he had a red beard, and she knew he had her purse, her jewelry. The day after November 9, 2021, on November 10th, 2021, the day after she had been brutally and violently robbed and sexually assaulted, the U.S. Marshals found the defendant in Springfield, Missouri. When they found the defendant in Springfield, Illinois. When they found the defendant in Springfield, the defendant had Tina's purse over his shoulder. Inside that purse were Tina's jewelry, Tina's voter ID card. On the defendant's wrist, Tina's watch. And inside the defendant's pocket was Tina's rosary. On the defendant's feet were a pair of shoes that exactly matched the shoe print left at the scene at Tina's house. And just down the street from where the defendant was found was Tina's car covered in the defendant's fingerprints. And despite efforts to destroy any DNA by spraying carpet cleaner on Tina, there was male DNA found by the Illinois State Police. Male DNA was found on the Depends, the adult diaper that Tina had been wearing that night of November 9th, 2021. DNA that was on Tina's Depends was determined to be 310 times more likely to be the defendant's DNA. The can of carpet cleaner that the defendant had used to spray Tina's mouth and body that was found at the house, that was tested for fingerprints. And the defendant's fingerprint was found on that can of carpet cleaner. What the defendant did on November 9th, 2021 was horrific. It was violent. It was a nightmare. It was something no woman, no 77-year-old grandmother should ever have to experience. What the defendant did to Tina Lohman on November 9th, 2021, it was sick. It was perverted. What he did to Tina Lohman is called home invasion. It's called aggravated kidnapping. Aggravated vehicular hijacking. It's called residential, and it's called aggravated criminal assault. And at the end of this case, we're called to hold the defendant for what he did to Tina Lohman on November 9th, 2021. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Yohn, care to make any opening statements?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you just heard were theatrics. Theatrics, something one puts forth in order to obtain and persuade you to obtain a conviction in a trial. I will concede that some things Ms. Keck here stated do in fact ring true. However, they're not as she stated them. There are many discrepancies in this case that have yet to be finalized. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today this is going to be very hard for all of us. We have people here in the stands. It's going to be extremely hard for them. It's going to be extremely hard for you. It's extremely hard for myself. I'm the one here on these claims. However, these claims are not quite true. And I will show you that today. I apologize for having you awesome people here today. Yes, it's a duty of citizenship to have to serve on a jury every so often. There's not many smiles today. However, I did see some yesterday. I appreciate them smiles. That has brought a light to my soul as I've been stuck here in this county jail, tormented for the last 19 months. I ask that you forgive my appearance. This is not normally me. I normally have hair. I did not expect you to feel sorry for me by any means. I also understand you'd much rather be enjoying your summer at home rather than being in this courtroom. However, the powers that compel have brought you here today. I once heard that trials are based on persuasion. Who has the best persuasion in their words? Who can be persuaded by the persuadee? Words like persuasion, I believe they're negative myself. They're kind of like manipulation, very negative. It's negative in my insight to persuade somebody, especially when you want to persuade somebody as to the charges here today and not have the proof needed to present those theatrics and not have the proof needed to present those theatrics, to persuade one's life away. As Ms. Keck stated, the sick in herself, if they were to truly happen, they're sick, they're demented, they're horrendous, horrid. Persuasion, I see that in the same sense as to persuade something that is not true is also sick. These are demented crimes. Ladies and gents, I'm more in agreement with the word logical. To be logical seems to be more so valuable than to persuade some. Also, the meaning of logical, to expect because of what has gone before, what has happened in prior arrangements, prior times, based on or using logic. The definition of logic, correct reasoning, or the science of what is expected by the working of cause and effect. The working of cause and effect. Today and throughout this trial, you'll see that the cause does not hold the effect it should. The alleged cause does not hold the effect it should. I'm sure a lot of you are logical human beings. I myself base my life on being logical, being honest, being value to logic and honesty. It's my favorite pastime, present and future. Today I ask that those of you here be logical, not just the jurors who have the ability to judge this situation, but everybody. Logical as I would rather people be. Today I will show you a lot of things that are not logical. Throughout this trial I will show you a lot of things that are not logical. Persuasion is not logical. I myself, personally, I promise not to attempt to persuade you, nor will I manipulate you. I do not find pleasure in doing such. As stated yesterday, I'm a pro se defendant. I'm held to the same standards as any attorney here today. I do not expect you to feel sorry for me because I'm a pro se defendant. I expect you to take it at what you value it as, along with agreeing with law, taking the law into consideration. They say an opening statement is made to acquaint the finder of facts with yourself or with the claims and what you intend to prove. That's exactly what I do today. Myself, I would say proof is a rare thing to come by these days. No one has absolute proof except for, per se, you have these cameras here in this room today and I can prove that you are here today. There's a lot of claims placed forth that do not have an effect that coincides with them. I intend to show and prove you that today and throughout this trial. What I also want to prove you are blatant lies. Incredible and impossible happenings. We all know what incredible and impossible means. Impossible means not possible. Credible means it's not credible. I also intend to prove you improper procedure, coincidences. Throughout this trial, you'll see some of the most major coincidences you have ever seen in your lives. And they are established, and I'm sure some of the witnesses will attest to them. There are major coincidences in this case. As stated, I talked about logical. I intend to show you that these things do not follow the definition of logic. I will show you what coercion, manipulation, and deceit is. I will Certain persons think it is absolutely funny to be vindictive, to lie, to place forth claims, and that would be from the horse's mouth. I will prove to you reason for false testimony from some who may or may not testify throughout this adventure. I'll show you how other law enforcement think these events that are alleged to have happened are quite odd themselves, stating such in an indirect way. That is law enforcement, and I intend to prove that to you. I will any of the claims and things placed forth by all here today, witnesses and the claimant herself, just do not add up or coincide with each other. The prosecution intends to prove to those of you that a 77-year-old woman has been brutally beat, battered, sexually assaulted is the proper pronunciation or the proper usage, term usage in trials. They intend to prove to you that a 77-year-old woman was home invaded, kidnapped, hijacked, thrown downstairs at 77 years old. Thrown downstairs. Some of you are young. If you were thrown downstairs, what would that damage do to you? Thrown downstairs in a violent manner. The prosecution intends to prove to you that a 77-year-old woman was thrown downstairs in a violent manner. All these claims are violent. They're sick. They're demented. All of these being brutal, violent, heinous. Those are the titles of alleged claims the judge has placed forth, as Ms. Keck has also stated, what I've just relayed to you, and more. Some of these descriptions you will hear throughout this trial. I aim to present to you, those of you here today, and I aim to present to those of you from the mouth who spoke them, these claims, and that they are not true. What's better than the person who spoke them? Attorney here, Mr. Jones and Ms. Keck, I believe they both have great intentions. I'm sure they do. However, they're here to attest to something they do not know themselves. They do not have full and 100% proof of. They're just doing their jobs. I don't expect you to hold it against them. I only expect you to be fair. I spoke of, at the beginning, this being very hard for me. Obviously it is. I'm the defendant here today. It's my life in jeopardy. It's my life on the line. Not only is it hard for me, I spoke of it being hard for, well, everybody here. I'm sure those of you in the jury today did not want to hear the sickening claims or have to go through this. All we can do is take what we have and place weight on it from our own views. Mainly you people here today, you jurors. Today you will be presented what some call evidence. Some of these presentations are very odd and would lead you to say, guilty, he's guilty. These are what I spoke of when I said I'd show you coincidences. Those coincidences are by far some of the biggest coincidences one will ever see in a lifetime, most never seeing such. Never having the chance to. Why? Because there are coincidences that are extremely rare. There are things that just don't happen. A believer of coincidences is what I intend to make you throughout this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, devious crimes, they are what I myself would call the worst, the very worst. I think they're worse than murder. That's my point of view. That's if they were true also. I do not mean to offend anyone here today. However, they simply are not true. My little brother used to run to mother and say, "Mom, BB hit me." BB was my sister. He used to say, "BB hit me." Mom would say, "Well, my lovely young man, Where are the marks to prove such? Well, my mom, show me the marks. He could not show any marks. Mother would say, I can't tell where the marks are. True story. Come to find out, my brother only had the remote taken from him. Scooby-Doo was his favorite. He would watch it end on end for hours. During them times when my brother would make them claims, we would all come to find out in the end that he had just simply walked away from the TV. Sis picked up the remote and he wanted the TV back. The tales he was telling, you will see that today, here, and throughout this trial, there are major tales told. Tales that are tall, simply very tall tales. Then, in reference to my brother, the lack of marks gave my mother reasonable doubt. Today, I intend to prove an extreme amount of reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, I will prove extreme amount of reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt, they say, is any idea or condition that interferes with a person.
Grounds?
All right. The jury is left to find reasonable doubt on their own.
Sustained.
Jury, throughout this week, there will be all kinds of words placed forth, strong words, educated words, words some of us may not understand. There will be displays. There will be what many call evidence, and there will be testimonies. I will show you, and if you may, prove to you how things are not as they say, not as they seem, how most just are not possible, also known as impossible. As I stated earlier, I intend to be logical. I will do just that. I humbly ask that you bear with me throughout this process, bear with all of us, those of the court, those of the prosecution, and everybody. Recesses, intermissions, just please bear with us and be honest, as I'm sure you all can be, and be fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Jones, Mrs. Keck, are you prepared to call your first witness?
We are, Your Honor.
If you do so, please.
People would call Tim Schmitt to the stand.
So bring in Tim Schmitt. Come forward to the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come to my right, we have a witness chair back there. Mr. Jones, when you're ready with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please tell us your name?
My name is Timothy G. Schmitt.
Mr. Schmitt, how old are you?
I'm 66 years old.
Mr. Schmitt, where do you currently live?
4300 North Bottom Road.
Mr. Schmitt, were you married at one point?
Yes.
Who were you married to?
I was married to Christine Lohman.
How long were you and Miss Lohman married?
A little over 2 years.
Were you together longer than that?
Yes, 36 years.
So you were together for 36 years and married for 2 years.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Tina. First, I'm going to any of what's been marked as People's Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that was my wife, Christine Lohman.
Your Honor, we'd ask People's Exhibit 77 be introduced as evidence and published to the jury.
Mr. Yohn, any objection?
No.
Request is granted. You may, we will admit People's Exhibit 77 without objection. You may publish to the jury.
Did Tina have children?
Yes,
How many children did she have?
she had 4 children.
And she have 14 grandkids
Yes,
and 17 great-grandchildren.
and probably more, yeah.
Possibly more. Was Christina big on the holidays?
Yes, she was.
Like to buy Christmas presents?
She loved Christmas.
Loved Christmas. And you guys lived together at 4300 North Bottom Road here in Quincy, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the night of November 9th, 2024, okay? That night or that morning, did you go to work?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I own American Builders Supply.
Let me talk about that for a second. Did Tina work with you at American Builders Supply?
Yes, she did.
You guys ran that business together
Yes.
for the 38 years that you guys were together?
She was there, not quite 38 years. She was there, I think she came on in 1993, so. But
long
quite a
time,
while.
but not quite
Quite a
38.
while.
Okay. You left work that morning,
Yes.
or left for work that morning. Where did you go after work? What time did you leave work?
I left work sometime after 5 o'clock, and I went to Farm and Home. It was just before deer season, and I like to hunt deer, so I went over looking to see if there was anything I wanted to get before season opened up.
Getting ready for deer hunting.
Getting ready for deer hunting, yes.
How long were you there?
I'd say probably, I guess, a half hour, 40 minutes or something.
And you went home after that?
Yes,
Got home around 6 p.m., give or take?
yes.
It was November 9th, 6 p.m. Was the sun up? Was the sun down? Tell me what.
Dark.
When you got home around 6 p.m. And you pulled up
All
here,
right, object. Leading.
All right, this is foundational purposes, so I will overrule that objection.
when you got home around 6 p.m., did you notice anything unusual about your house?
I noticed that the garage door was open. There were some items on the floor in the garage. The car was gone. There were some tire marks in the yard.
So I'm going to hand you, or have the bailiff hand you, some photographs as we go through your testimony. And for the record, it's going to be People's 35 through 50 inclusive, and then People's Exhibit 80 and 90. And I'm going to ask you to look through those and tell me when you've had a chance to look through those. chance to go through all those?
Yes.
In a general sense, are those photographs of the exterior and interior of your house, your residence at 4300 North Bottom Road? Is that what they generally are?
Yes.
And do those photographs show what you saw on November 9th, 2021, when you were in the residence and as you were going into the residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those exhibits be introduced into evidence and leave given to publish them during the course of the rest of the questioning.
Mr. Yohn, any objection?
Excuse me, what exhibits were them, Your Honor? 80, 81, and the ones of the home?
35 through 50, then 80 and 81.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits will be admitted without objection and state may publish.
Up on the screen is People's Exhibit 35, and actually you have a monitor there. It should be on that monitor as well. Can you tell us what this is?
That's my home?
And you talked about the garage door. Is this the garage door that you were talking about?
Yes.
And you said when you got there, the garage door was open. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
And you said there were some things lying on the floor.
Yes.
And there wasn't a car in the garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did the fact that there wasn't a car in the garage and the garage door being open at 6 p.m. at night trouble you, concern you?
Well, my wife Tina drove the car, the Toyota Avalon, that would normally be parked there, and of course the car was gone. And then I noticed the door was kicked open.
And we'll get to that in a minute. You said there was also some tire marks. Can you tell me where you saw those tire marks?
They were there by the bush there to the right of the garage.
We'll put up on the screen People's Exhibit 36. Are these the tire marks that you're talking about?
Yes.
And had those tire marks been in that part of the yard when you left that morning?
No.
You told us that you also noticed that the door in the garage was broken. Is that right?
Yes.
We go on to the next slide. Here on the screen we have People's Exhibit 37. You talked about these items lying on the floor. Let's talk about those first. The items on the floor, was that unusual? Was that what the garage looked like when you left that morning?
No.
Tell us what was different.
Well, the car would have been there, and those items there on the floor of the garage there would not have been there. The car would have been there.
Also in your garage, did you have some power tools?
Yes.
Specifically, did you have a chainsaw and a hedge trimmer?
Yes.
Was the chainsaw and hedge trimmer in that garage when you left that morning?
Yes.
When you came that night at 6 p.m., was the chainsaw and the hedge trimmer in that garage?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
That's my chainsaw.
The chainsaw that was not in that garage
Yes.
when you got there on November 9th at 6 p.m.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that?
That's my hedge trimmer.
The hedge trimmer that was in that garage when you left that morning
Yes.
and was gone that night. Is that right?
Yes.
You also told us that there was a car missing from the garage. It was Tina's car.
Yes.
Can you tell me what make and model that car was?
It was a 2018 Toyota Avalon.
What color was it?
It was white.
And do you know the license plate for that? If you don't, that's fine. I just don't.
It's ABS for American Builders Supply, and I don't remember the numbers on it.
But the first three letters were ABS, and then there was a number after that.
Yes.
Now, you told us that when you came into the garage, you noticed that a door had been kicked in. Is this the door that you're talking about?
Yes.
And is this, People's 38 is up on the screen now. We're looking at a view of that door.
Yes.
Looks like there's some damage by the lock and by the handle. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Also looks like there's some footprints on the door.
Yes.
Was that door damaged like that when you left that morning for work?
No.
Were the footprints on the door when you left that morning for work?
No.
Next slide. People's Exhibit 39, kind of an angle view of that same door. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Again, was the door damaged at the deadbolt and the handle like that?
No.
And if we look behind the door, it looks like there's a hole in the drywall where the door's been forced open.
That was not there.
Next slide, please. People's Exhibit 40, a close-up of that door showing how violently it was kicked open. Was it like that morning when you left?
No.
It was like that when you came home at 6 p.m.
Yes.
When you came inside and you walked through that door, you walked through the garage that we just saw and you walked through that damaged door, did you see someone sitting on the floor?
I saw my wife sitting on the floor in tears.
Tell me about that. You said she was in tears. Was she crying?
She was crying, and she told me that they raped her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Testimonial.
Overruled.
When you heard that from your wife, who you've been with for 38 years, did you notice anything sitting on the floor in the area around her?
Well, she was sitting on a I guess it was a blanket or a quilt.
And did you notice anything about that quilt?
There was blood on it.
Next slide, please. Up on the screen is People's Exhibit 41, and if we can orientate ourselves, that door that you walked in, where would it be in relationship to this photograph?
Where that walker is, it would be to the north of that. Yes.
So if we're facing the picture, you're basically walking in from the left side of the picture in, fair to say?
Yes.
And you said that you saw your wife, Tina, sitting on the floor on a quilt. Is that the area that you saw her?
Yes, they're in front of that green chair, yes.
Did you also notice a spray can and a knife on the floor?
Yes.
And we can see that spray can and that knife on the floor.
Yes.
People's Exhibit 42, a close-up view of that blanket, some blood stains, and the can. Correct?
Yes.
People's 43. Again, I'm sorry, 80. I apologize. This is People's 80. The can, and again, blood stains in the blanket.
Yes.
I want to talk about that spray can. That spray can, that 409 carpet cleaner spray can. Was that on the floor when you left at 6 o'clock that morning?
No.
Next slide. People's 81 showing the blood on the floor. Was that blood that was coming from your wife?
Yes.
And what part of her body was it coming from?
It came from it came from underneath her.
Lower regions of her body,
her lower
specifically
region.
her genital region?
Yes.
People's 43. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is a railroad spike that was converted into a knife.
Did that knife belong to you and Tina?
It belonged to me, yes.
Was it stored on the floor like that?
No, it was stored in a drawer.
Was it on the floor when you left that morning?
No.
Next slide, please. People's 44. Just a close-up view of that same knife. People's 45. So close-up view of the spray can. And the next slide, 46. It's a close-up view of the spray can. You told us you walked in after you saw those things that we saw, and you heard Tina say that they raped me. Explained her condition. She was crying. She appeared to be emotional to you.
Yes, she did.
Sobbing.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was worried they were going to come back?
Yes, she did.
Because of that, what did you do?
I went into the bedroom and I got a handgun.
And what did you do with that gun?
I brought the gun out and I gave it to Tina. And then I got my phone and I called 911.
After you called 911, did you ask Tina what had happened to her?
Yes.
And did she tell you what had happened to her?
She said they raped me.
And did she tell you how the rape started?
She told me that she was driving home on Cook's Lane, and she got to the front or Bonanzinga in Cook's Lane, and the lights were not on in the car. And she stopped there at the stop sign, and there was a man came and went to help her to turn the lights on, and he got in the car with her and drove off with her.
In the car?
Yes, in the car.
Did she want to go with him?
No.
After the man got in the car and took off with her, did Tina tell you where they went?
She said they went up into the bottoms, the north bottoms.
And did she tell you while they were in that area, the north bottoms, what the man made her do to her top?
Yes.
What did Tina say that the man made her do to her top?
She said that he made her take her top off.
And did she tell you that he made her take her top off so that he could touch her breast?
Yes.
After this man did that to her, did Tina say that the man forced her to perform oral sex on him?
Yes.
Did Tina tell you what she thought was going to happen to her?
She told me that she thought that they were going to kill her.
Because she was worried they were going to kill her, what did she say to them?
She told me that she told them that she had some jewelry up at the house and some money.
Now, at some point, did she also tell you that the male had made a threat to her about what would happen if her husband was home?
She said, he said that if your husband's there, I'm going to kill you both.
Tina then told you that they went to the house.
Yes.
And when they got to the house, what did Tina say happened in the garage?
She said that the male and there was a female there, that they got into an argument.
And during the argument, Tina was able to get away?
Tina went into the house and she locked the door.
And when she locked the door, what did she say the male did?
Well, she went into the bedroom on the east side of the house and went to look for the handgun. But the handgun I had moved from the nightstand because we had grandchildren up there And I was afraid one of those grandchildren were going to get a hold of that gun. So I put it up high where they couldn't get to it.
She couldn't find the gun.
She couldn't find the gun.
What did the male do to the door?
The male kicked the door in.
And after the male kicked the door in, what did Tina say happened next?
She said, she told him where the jewelry was. It was in a chest of drawers there in the bedroom.
I think you like the screen. Got you. It's Tina's home.
Up on the screen, we have People's 48, which has been introduced into evidence. You told us that Tina had jewelry in the chest of drawers. Is this where that chest of drawers was that had Tina's jewelry?
Yes.
Was that what the chest of drawers looked like when you were there at 6 o'clock that morning before you
No.
left for work?
No.
And when you were in the home, was there jewelry missing from the house?
No.
There was no jewelry missing?
No.
Okay. I apologize. At 6 o'clock when you got back after you had talked to Tina, was there jewelry missing then?
Yes. Yes, there was.
After Tina told this person about the jewelry, did Tina say that that person then threw her down some stairs to the basement?
Yes.
And tell me what Tina said about the basement.
She told him that there was a safe down the basement.
Do you in fact have a safe in the basement?
Yes.
What did Tina say happened with the safe in the basement?
They went to the safe to the basement, and there's a board that covers the face of it, and that was moved out of the way. And Tina didn't know the combination to it, so the male went to
Try to open the safe.
try to open it up with the knob on the safe.
And when he tried to open it up with the knob on the safe and he wasn't able to get into it, what did Tina say to him?
She said that the safe was wired to the police department, and now the police are going to be coming.
People's Exhibit 49, is this your basement?
Yes.
And you talked about, we see a gray door here. Is that the safe?
Yes.
You talked about a white cover. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Was the white cover on that safe when you left that morning?
It was in front of the door on the safe, yes.
And again, here we see a different angle of that same door. That's the safe you're talking about, right?
Yes.
The knob there, the handles there.
Yes.
After Tina told the male that the safe was wired to the police and the police were coming, did Tina say that the man took her back upstairs?
Yes.
And when he took her back upstairs, what did she say occurred upstairs by that chair?
She said he raped her.
You mentioned that she shared with you that there was a male and a female in the house.
Yes.
Did she talk to you about the female and specifically that knife that we saw?
She talked about the female and how the female had threatened to kill her with that knife.
Tina went to the emergency room that night,
Yes.
and maybe a week later she went to see her OBGYN, Dr. Ada Kaguma, is that right?
Yes.
And you were with Tina pretty much every day from November 9th to when she passed away on December 12th.
Yes.
That last month of her life, was she in pain?
Yes, she was.
She hurt from the injuries that she suffered?
Yes, she did.
Did you see bruises to her?
I saw some bruises, and she hurt a lot on her tailbone.
It was hard for her to sit,
Yes.
hard for her to stand.
Yes.
Was she having
Objection,
difficulty?
Your Honor.
Grounds?
Testimonial.
Was she having difficulty eating or drinking because of the burns in her mouth?
Yes.
Is it fair to say she was in pain until she died?
Yes, she was.
Judge, if I could have a moment, we're going to move on to some physical exhibits. Actually, Judge, I apologize. We're going to do photos first, and then we'll do the physical exhibits. You got to look at them first. For the record, I'm having the bailiff bring up people's 50 and 51. Tell me when you had a chance to look at those.
Yes.
Do those photographs show that white Toyota Avalon that you, I'm sorry, 51 or 52, I apologize, I misspoke. People's 51 and 52. Do those show that white Toyota Avalon that
Yes.
belonged to Tina?
Yes. It belonged to American Builders Supply.
I apologize. Company car that she drove.
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that people's 51 and 52 be introduced and published to the jury.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. 51 and 52 are admitted without objection, may be published.
Is that the front of the car and then the license plate, like we talked about, ABS
Yes.
1006?
Yes.
And people's 52. Back of the car, same license plate.
Yes.
We're going to have the bailiff hand you people's 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes.
Let's start with People's Exhibit 57. People's Exhibit 57, do you recognize that photograph? Do you recognize what's in that photograph? I'm going to ask you about it there on the photograph you got in hand.
Okay, hang on here. Just hang on. Okay, yes.
Do you recognize that watch and bracelet?
Yes.
And who does that watch and bracelet belong to?
They belong to Tina.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 57 be introduced into evidence and published.
Any objection?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
People's Exhibit 57 is admitted without objection and may be published.
This watch and this bracelet belong to your wife, Tina.
Yes.
Have you seen her wear that watch and that bracelet on multiple occasions?
Yes.
If you could look at the next picture, People's 58. In that picture, there is a watch and a pin. Do you see that pin in the middle of the picture?
Yes.
Do you recognize that watch and pin?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's 58 be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
All right. No objection. People's Exhibit 58 will be admitted and may be published to the jury.
That watch,
Yes.
had you seen Tina wear that watch?
Yes.
That pin. Can you tell me about that pin? How do you recognize that pin?
If anybody has ever watched Star Trek before,
I've seen Star Trek.
well, we bought that at the Star Trek display or out at the Las Vegas Hilton in I don't remember what year it was, but
The shape on that is a Star Trek emblem.
yes,
Right? It's the badge that the officers wear on their uniform.
yes,
And you and Tina were Star Trek fans?
we were Star Trek fans.
Can you look at the next picture, People's Exhibit 59? Do you recognize the items in that picture?
Yes,
And did those belong to Tina as well?
yes, they did.
We'd ask that People's 59 be admitted into evidence and published, Your Honor.
Any objection?
You want a moment, Your Honor? No, sir.
People's Exhibit 59 will be admitted without objection and may be published to the jury.
First, on the left side of this picture, there's a, I guess, brown. Ms. Keck, what color would you call that? Gold. Gold purse. Do you recognize that gold purse?
Yes,
Who did that gold purse belong to?
it belonged to Tina.
Had you seen her wear that purse multiple times?
Yes,
In the middle of the picture, we see checks, and it looks like an ABS. Is that, do you recognize that check?
yes, that's from American Builders Supply.
Your business?
Yes,
In fact, there's a P.O. Box, Quincy, Illinois. Do you recognize that P.O. Box and the Quincy, Illinois address?
yes,
Your business?
yes,
It's made payable to who?
to Tina
And
Lohman.
Tina's your wife?
Yes,
And at the bottom of this, we see a voter ID card. And do you recognize the name Christine Lohman at the bottom of that?
yes,
Is that your wife?
yes,
There's an address on that voter ID card, 4300 North Bottom Road, Quincy, Illinois. Do you recognize that address?
yes, that's my home.
And here there's a bag of jewelry. We showed you that bag of jewelry in preparation for trial, is that right?
Yes,
Did you recognize that jewelry in that bag?
yes,
And who did that jewelry belong to?
it belonged to Christine or Tina Lohman,
Your wife.
my wife.
Could you look at the next picture, which is People's Exhibit 60? You recognize the items in that?
$60?
60.
Hang on a minute here. Yes,
Specifically, is there a rosary in the middle of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Leading.
All right. Overruled. Again, it's foundational.
Specifically, is there a necklace in the middle of that picture?
there's a rosary in there.
Well, I know it's a rosary. I just didn't want to use that word. So, is there a rosary in that picture?
Yes,
Did you recognize that rosary?
yes,
Who did that rosary belong to?
it belonged to Tina.
We'd ask that People 60 be introduced into evidence and published.
Any objection?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Grounds?
It's my jewelry. It's my rosary.
All right. So we're going to admit People's Exhibit 60 over objection.
Have you seen Tina with that rosary before?
Yes.
People 61 is a close-up of that same rosary. Do you recognize, again, the same rosary?
Yes.
We'd ask that 61 be introduced and published.
Any objection?
Once again, the same objection, Your Honor.
All right. And the grounds for the objection?
It's my jewelry. It's my rosary.
I'll admit the People's Exhibit 61 over objection.
When you last saw Tina with that rosary, was it broken like that?
No.
I'm going to have you look at People's Exhibit 62 and 63 and ask if you recognize both of those.
'62 and '63.
Yes.
Yes, that's Tina's purse.
And again, the property in that purse, you recognize it's belonging to Tina.
Yes, what I can see, yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People 62 and 63 be introduced and published to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
People's Exhibit 62 and 63 are admitted without objection and may be published to the jury.
Again, the gold or brown purse that you had seen your wife wear many times, fair to say, in People 62, correct?
Yes.
And People 63. Same golden brown purse, there's U.S. currency inside the purse, and then the jewelry, the check, and the voter ID card that you identified, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, one more time.
Were all the things that we just saw in the photographs, were all those things missing on November 9th at 6 p.m. when you arrived at the house?
Yes.
And were they, to the best of your knowledge, all in the house when you left for work that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, we've been going for a couple of hours. I've got a few more questions with regard to physical exhibits. It's going to take a couple seconds to get those out. It might be a good time for a break. I can prepare those things so that we're not
How long do you think you'll need?
10 minutes.
All right. We'll take a brief recess for 10 minutes, till 10 till 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
For the record, we are returning after a break. It's now a few minutes before 11 a.m., and the jurors have returned to their jury box. And Mr. Jones is in the process of direct examination of Kim Schmitt. Are you prepared to continue, Mr. Jones?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, you may do so.
Your Honor, so Mr. Schmitt, for the record, we're now going to open this People Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize what I'm holding in my hand?
Yes, that is the railroad spike that was turned into a knife that was on the floor in the house.
That we saw in those other pictures.
It's all in the pictures, yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 2 be introduced into evidence.
Any objection?
No, absolutely not, Your Honor.
Okay, People's Exhibit 2 is admitted without objection.
And now we have People's Exhibit 7. We recognize just a bag of jewelry?
Kind of hard to see, but yeah. Yes.
Your Honor, can I have the bailiff?
Yes.
Yes.
And who does that jewelry belong to?
That jewelry belonged to my wife.
It was in your house at 6 o'clock in the morning when you left that morning,
Yes.
and it was missing at 6 p.m. when you returned. Your Honor, we'd ask the People's Exhibit 7 be introduced into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
7 is admitted without objection.
People's Exhibit 8. Specifically in People's Exhibit 8, do you see that rosary?
Yes.
And who did that rosary belong to?
Rosary belonged to my wife, Tina Christine.
We'd ask the People's 8 be introduced and admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
All right, grounds?
It's my jewelry, Your Honor.
All right. People's Exhibit 8 will be admitted over objection.
People's Exhibit number 9 is the coin purse, the ABS checks, and the voter ID card. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Did those belong to Tina Loman as well? They were in your house on the night when you left for work and missing when you returned.
Yes.
We'd ask the People's Exhibit 9 be introduced into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
People's Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
Exhibit 10. Sir, is that a set of car keys for that Toyota Avalon that we saw the pictures of?
Yes.
And did those car keys belong to Tina Loman?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, she had them when you left for work that morning,
Yes.
and they were missing when you returned.
Yes.
People's Exhibit 11. Gold, brown purse. Do you recognize that purse?
Yes.
And who did that purse belong to?
It belonged to Tina Christine,
Your wife?
my wife.
And People's Exhibit number 12.
Yes.
Is that the watch and the pin that we saw in the previous photographs?
Yes.
The Star Trek pin that you described for us?
Yes.
And who did that belong to?
That belonged to my wife, Tina.
It was in your house on November 9th, 2021, when you left for work, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And it was missing when you returned?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's 11 and 12 be introduced and 10 be introduced and received into evidence.
All right, Mr. Yohn, any objection to introduction of People's Exhibit 10?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10 is admitted without objection. Any objection to People's 11?
No.
Exhibit 11 is admitted without objection. People's 12, any objection?
No, sir.
People's Exhibit 12 will be admitted without objection.
Just a few more questions, sir, and we'll be done. Before November 9th, 2021, had you ever heard the name Bradley Yohn before?
No.
Had you ever seen Bradley Yohn before?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, had Bradley Yohn ever had any contact with your wife, Christine Loman?
No.
Had Bradley Yohn ever been in your house
No.
before November 9th?
No.
Had he ever worn shoes in your house?
No.
Had he ever touched anything in your house where it would leave a fingerprint?
No.
you ever touch anything in your house where it would leave that safe? Have you ever touched that safe to your knowledge?
No.
The car that we saw, that white Toyota Avalon, before November 9th, 2021, to your knowledge, had Bradley Yohn ever driven that car before?
No.
Had he ever had possession of that car?
No.
Did Tina give him that car?
No.
Did Tina give him her purse?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
The witness does not know whether or not such person, Tina CL, gave him the car or has ever been in the home, or what Tina may have done outside of his presence.
All right. I will overrule the objection as to the question asked regarding to this witness's, to the best of his knowledge, had Bradley Yohn ever been to the house or no Tina Lohman. And will sustain the objection as to the vehicle and purse questions. Suggest the state rephrase the question.
To the best of your knowledge, did your wife give the vehicle to Bradley Yohn?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, did your wife give her purse to Bradley Yohn?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, did she give her voter ID card to Bradley Yohn?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, did she give her Star Trek pin that you and she bought at Las Vegas to Bradley Yohn?
She loved that. No.
Her watch, did she give that to Bradley Yohn, to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, let's examine.
Your Honor, yes, sir. Mr. Schmitt, I apologize for having to be here today. However, that is not under my control. I understand this to be a difficult time for you and your family. I'm sure you prefer not to be here.
Objection, Your Honor. He needs to ask a question.
All right. Mr. Yohn, if you could ask your questions of this witness.
You stated your name as Timothy Schmitt, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your age and occupation, you're 60,
I'm 66 years old.
and your occupation is American Builder Supply, which you own.
Yes.
And obviously your relation to CL was husband, correct?
Yes.
You stated that you've known CL for approximately, or we're engaged in a relationship with CL for approximately 36 years, true?
Yes.
And been married for 2.
Yes.
So you own your own business, true?
Yes.
You're obviously a very smart man. You're educated. I will not take that from you. Your memory is pretty swell, would it not be?
It's pretty good.
Thank you. So you do remember the evening of November 9th?
Yes.
And you stated that you left work sometime around a bit after 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Could you determine maybe potentially 15-minute range of how the length of that?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. The witness said it was around 5.
Around 5, so.
Overrule the objection. He may answer if he knows.
Would you repeat that again?
Could you give a close description of the approximate time within maybe 5 or 10 minute range of the time of leaving your home? Leaving your place of business?
It would have been sometime after 5 o'clock.
Maybe 5:15, 5:20.
Possible. Well, it probably wouldn't have been that late. It would have been closer to right after 5 o'clock.
Okay, so 5:05, 5:10.
Yes.
Thank you. And you stated that you were at Farm and Home for approximately 40 minutes, correct?
I was at Farm and Home for some time. I don't have the exact amount of time it was, yes.
And then you upon leaving Farm and Home, you arrived at your house, your residence, approximately 6 p.m. a bit after.
Yes.
And you observed tire marks also in your yard, correct?
Yes.
Them aren't normal.
No.
Thank you. You stated what the garage looked like that morning. Mr. Schmitt, was the garage any different than when you arrived home?
Well, the car was in the garage when I went to work.
Okay, and so she was still at home when you went to work.
Yes.
Upon arriving home, did you pull into the garage?
Yes, I believe I did. Yes.
And you parked possibly, potentially in the parking space you normally use, which is to the right of
Yes.
that pile. Thank you. And could you tell us maybe when you noticed that door, the inner door that had been kicked in, did you notice that maybe before you got out of your truck or instantly?
I didn't notice it until I got up to it.
Okay, thank you. But it was open, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Schmitt, I apologize for having to go into these details again. I'm sure you do not want to rehash them. You walked inside and your wife, CL, was sitting on the floor, correct?
Yes.
And as stated, that was in front of the chair?
Yes.
And she was sitting on the quilt, as you said.
Yes.
That was on the quilt.
She was sitting on the quilt. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember what your wife was wearing by any chance?
No, I don't.
She was wearing some type
She
of
had some clothing on, but I don't remember exactly what she had on. No.
pants, shirt, bra.
I'm not sure exactly what she had on.
You don't remember her having bottoms on.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. The witness has said he doesn't remember.
Well, we've gone at it three different ways, Mr. Yohn, so I'm going to sustain the objection. The witness testifies he does not recall what she had on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmitt, I understand you're in home building, American Builder Supply. You're probably educated in home building or whatnot. Could you tell us approximately how far from the door that chair might be?
I'm not sure exactly how far that is from the front door.
Maybe 20 feet, 15 feet.
It would be farther than that.
And upon walking in, you state that you observed a can and a knife in the middle of the floor, correct?
When I got into the house, I saw the can and the knife on the floor, yes.
Could you describe approximately the location of that can and that knife?
They are over in the kitchen area.
If you would give me 1 second, please. Upon entering, could you give a recollection of the events that occurred upon your entering the home?
Objection calls for a narrative.
Overrule, you may answer the question.
Would you repeat that?
If you would you relay once more the turn of events as you entered the home? What procedure you took, how you went about the situation?
I walked into the house. I saw my wife sitting on the floor in tears, and she told me they raped me.
And then you went on into find a firearm for her?
And I went in and I got a firearm. She told me that she was told that they would be back.
Okay, and that firearm, where did you retrieve that firearm from?
I got it from the bedroom,
That would have been
closet in the bedroom.
the south bedroom, correct?
There would be a bedroom on the east side of the house where the chest of drawers was.
Yes, sir. And then you proceeded back to your wife and you gave her the firearm for protection, correct?
Yes.
Then I believe in your statement, you stated that you then called the police, law
I
enforcement.
called 911, yes.
Do you remember roundabout what time that may have been? How long it was after you arrived home?
It wasn't very long.
Could you give a approximate minute length?
It was only a few minutes.
So you obviously talked to her for a small amount of time, retrieved the firearm and talked to her, and then you went out to retrieve your phone from your truck, correct?
Yes, she needed an ambulance, or she needed medical attention.
Okay. In your statement, you stated that your wife was drinking some type of liquid when you arrived home.
I'm going to object at this point. When he says statement, the witness didn't testify to that, so I'm not sure what statement he's referring to.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmitt you made a statement, correct? A video statement.
What's that?
You made a video recorded statement, correct? With officers of Adams County Sheriff's Department.
Objection, Your Honor, would be improper impeachment. At this point, he's not been confronted with that statement.
Sustained.
And you stated you don't remember the clothing your wife.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Upon calling 911, could you tell us approximately how long it was before officers arrived? To your best estimated guess.
I don't know exactly. It wasn't very long. They responded pretty quickly.
And you made that call at 6:09 p.m. True?
I don't remember exactly what time it was.
You stated that CL, your wife, said that she had been robbed, sexually assaulted, and hijacked. Could you potentially go into a bit more detail as to what she stated to you upon the minutes of being there before the police arrived or before you made the 911 call?
She told me she had been raped. And I went and got the phone, and I went out in the garage, and I called the police department. I called 911.
Okay, and you made that call from the garage, or did you?
I made it from outside the house. I went out to see if anybody else was coming back, and I called the police. I called 911
Out in your garage.
from out in the garage.
Mr. Schmitt, Is it possible that be false information?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, there is a 911 call that shows.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection's been sustained. You'll need to ask your questions to this witness.
That was a very brief conversation, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Which conversation?
The conversation with your wife
Hold
was
on.
very.
When there's an objection, I'll need to address either sustained or overruled. And Mr. Yohn, I'm going to sustain the objection and ask that you ask a more specific question.
Are you aware that your Are you aware that your wife CL stated that you arrived home?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment.
And that will be sustained.
The floor plan of your home, where CL was located, sitting on that floor. In the pictures, it appeared to be a very slim path in between the chair and the trash can or the wall. If you may, I assume that path was clear for you to walk through in order to retrieve that gun from that bedroom, eastern bedroom.
Yes. It's
No.
not enough for me to get through.
Nothing on the floor there, right?
Well, the cleaner was on the floor, but it wasn't right there in the hallway where I walked through. No.
All right. So the hallway was clear of debris, trash, clothing, or anything else that may have obstructed your path to this room to get to this gun, besides the cleaner, correct?
I walked straight into the east bedroom and retrieved the firearm.
Your Honor, would you direct the witness to answer the question, please?
If you could rephrase the question, maybe he's not understanding what you're asking.
That walkway that you had to walk through, which is in between the chair and the trash can, there in the pictures that we observed, I believe, Exhibit 45 and 42. That's a very slim pathway, Mr. Schmitt. You observed the exhibit. You're a resident of that home. Again, I'm assuming the walkway was clear of debris, trash, clothing, or anything else that may have obstructed your path to this room to get to this gun, correct? Besides the can.
I believe there were some other items there on the floor, but it did not obstruct me from going in there.
Thank you. And upon calling 911, you stated you were in the garage when you called 911. Did you remain in the garage until police arrived, waiting for them?
No, I went back in the house.
And could you tell us how you proceeded from that point on?
I checked on my wife to see if she was okay, and I looked out the windows to see when they were coming.
So you were potentially back, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'll reword that. So you were back and forth to the windows, correct?
Yes.
You have what windows in front of your home that would allow you to observe officers coming?
There's a set of windows there in the kitchen in front of the sink that you can look out over to the north of the house.
A single set or a double?
It's 2 windows.
You sure you did not stand there holding her hand?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmitt, could you describe the items that are there in your home, specifically there in the vicinity of that chair?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained. Mr. Yohn, if you could direct your questions to the specific chair and narrow it down for him so he can give you the answer you're looking for.
There is a green chair, a plaid chair, that your wife CL was to have been seated in front of when you entered the home, correct?
Yes.
And can you name off some of the items at that time that were in the vicinity of that chair as far as furniture, maybe, in their placement?
Well, there would have been an ottoman that would have been off to the side, and there was a table between that chair and another chair.
Would it be safe to say that that ottoman is directly in front of that table? Or was directly in front of the table at the time?
It was moved out of the way, but I don't remember exactly where it was at.
You said you were back and forth to your wife from the window to the, from your wife to the window. When you were at your wife's side, what did you do? To the best of your knowledge or remembrance.
I gave her a hug.
Never hug. Mr. Schmitt, you stated that right next to the chair or in the center of the floor plan there was a can of cleaner. In the exhibit number 42, it appeared to be somewhat right there dead center of the aisle going towards the eastern bedroom. When you walked back and forth there, you did not disturb that can by any chance?
No. No.
Mr. Schmitt, is there a possibility that you took a look through the home before calling 911 or before police arrived to assess the situation?
No.
You did not.
I called 911.
So you didn't.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmitt, are you the only person identified on the 911 call?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation and relevance.
Well, sustained. I don't know how this witness would know who was identified on the 911 call.
Your Honor, he made the 911 call.
And again, the objection sustained. I don't know how he would know if he's the only one identified on the 911 call.
And during your time of 911 call in the garage, you possessed the phone solely by yourself, correct?
There was no one else there. No, it was me.
Thank you. This occurrence, if I may, alleged criminal acts, something you'll never forget, correct?
No, I will never forget it.
And you're sure about your testimony here today?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmitt, I'm confused as to the answers I'm asking you about this 911 call. Could I introduce the 911 call, please?
Is he asking me, Your Honor?
Is there any objection?
Well, Your Honor, there's no foundation for the 911 call. This witness has not been confronted with it. So yes, we object to the 911 call being played without the proper foundation by this defendant.
All right, so Mr. Yohn, if you'll lay the foundation for introduction of the 911 call with this witness.
Your Honor, the foundation is Mr. Schmitt has stated he made a 911 call. He's obviously called law enforcement to obtain services such as medical services. I believe that foundation enough.
All right, and the court will sustain the objection, finding that is not enough foundation.
If you give me a moment, please, Your Honor.
If you'd like.
When police arrived, your wife, CL, she was not naked, was she?
She had something on top. I'm not sure. I don't think she had something on top, but nothing on her bottom.
And she did not move from that location until officers arrived, correct?
No.
So essentially she was bare of clothing.
Yes.
Do you recall how it is that she was removed from that floor, that she got up from the floor?
No.
You do not recall deputies having to...
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already testified he doesn't know how she got up off the floor.
It's cross-examination, so I'll overrule. You may ask the question.
Do you, Mr. Schmitt, recall the deputies having to assist her in getting off the floor? Or is it a possibility she just remained there?
She was on the floor for a while. I'm not, I don't know how she got up.
To your recollection, could you tell us the secret events after the arrival of law enforcement?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
To your best recollection, your remembrance, could you tell us the sequence of events that happened upon the first arrival of law enforcement?
I don't remember all the details with it, no. They did go over and to see my wife.
You were present, correct?
I was there, yes.
Could you tell us where you were when they entered the home?
I don't remember exactly where I was at.
I assume they did a quick search of your home to make sure there was no potential threats, correct, or to secure the home?
No, not that I remember.
Mr. Schmitt, do you remember the name of the first responder?
No,
And are you associated or familiar with any of these officers that were at your home this night?
no,
You know none of them.
no,
You're not aware of or familiar with Mr. Wagner, Sheriff Wagner, or Chief Deputy Sam Smith, or Mr. Goodwin?
no.
Do you remember speaking to an officer in your garage about an important issue concerning this matter?
Your Honor, I have to object vague.
I will sustain the objection. You're asking this witness to decide what you might be thinking was an important matter. He may not agree with that it being important. So if you want to rephrase your question.
I apologize, Your Honor. I just don't want to lead him.
Well, on cross-examination, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, Mr. Yohn, but go ahead.
Do you remember speaking to a deputy, specifically a female deputy, about your cards, your bank accounts, your monetary value in your garage?
No.
And you remained at your home until about what time? To the best of your remembrance?
I don't remember.
Or were you there the rest of the night? Were you...
No, I went to the hospital. My wife went to the hospital, and I went there after.
Excuse me, I apologize.
My wife went to the hospital, and I drove there on my own.
Thank you. And your wife went to the hospital to collect evidence, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Is it true that your wife initially did not want to go to the hospital?
I don't remember what she said. I don't know.
There was a 911 call,
There was a 911 call.
and the emergency medical technicians did not come to the scene, correct? I'll re-question you, Mr. Schmitt. It was only deputies, law enforcement, that come to the scene this night, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So there were no medical emergency technicians, correct?
No.
Thank you. You do not recall her denying medical services.
No.
However, at a later time, you did go to the hospital with your wife, as you answered just a few.
I went to the hospital, yes.
You went to the hospital by yourself, or
I went by myself.
you did not take her?
I did not take her, no.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schmitt, these claims placed forth, how would you view them?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
And you stated that your wife claimed she was raped, correct?
Yes, she said she was raped.
And that was the only thing she told you at the time, correct?
Yes.
You've testified to jury being your wives to several other instances and issues. Mr. Schmitt, is it reasonable to believe, is it, in your reasonable belief, is it logical of any human being to deny services such as medical services and to not have them come to see?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, relevance.
Objection sustained. You may rephrase the question.
Your Honor, I apologize. I don't know how to rephrase the question. Obviously not. If you would give me one moment.
Sure.
Did your wife, in reference to the knife, did your wife maybe explain to you what time the male or female were able to gain access to this knife?
No.
Earlier, you stated that she told you, relayed to you that she was able to run into the house and the male and the female were in an argument. The male and the female suspects were in an argument in your garage, I'm guessing. She was able to run into the house and make it to the bedroom. And the defendant, myself, alleged to have come in and demanded jewelry, correct? And money?
She said she ran into the bedroom and yeah, she said that the defendant or the man that came into the house wanted to know where the jewelry was at.
And you also stated that she relayed to you that she told the suspect, potentially defendant, that she had money at home, correct? That she would give them?
Yes.
And she didn't reference jewelry at the time, did she?
She said she had jewelry and she had money at the house.
Mr. Schmitt, briefly, one more time, could you relay the actions that your wife stated happened to her?
Judge, objection asked and answered. We've covered this, I think, 3 times now.
Sustain the objection is asked and answered.
You've also stated previously, early on in your testimony, that your wife relayed to you that she was thrown downstairs, correct?
Yes.
Moments ago, you just said she was only raped.
I will strike the comment by Mr. Yohn and will instruct the jury to disregard such. And Mr. Yohn will be cautioned to ask the questions of the witness and not to attempt to testify or make argument until the appropriate time.
Your wife stated that in the car, the male reached over and grabbed her, I believe, or was fondling her, and then proceeded to place his penis in her mouth. Correct?
No.
Not? So she never told you that the male placed the penis in her mouth anywhere in the car before the home?
I'm sorry, would you start over with that again?
In your earlier testimony, you stated that your wife relayed to you that the male in the car before arriving to the home reached over and was touching or fondling her, and then proceeded to put his penis in her mouth, correct?
Yes.
And was that, are you aware of where that may have been, where they stopped? Were they still driving?
I don't know.
And that male suspect stated, if your husband's there, I'm going to kill you both, correct?
Yes, she said that.
Mr. Schmitt, there's not only one gun, one firearm in your home, is there? In fact, there's several, correct?
There is more than one firearm in my house, yes.
And when the grandkids are not around, as you said, you tried to keep them out of reach of grandkids. These firearms are randomly placed in the home, correct?
I never said that.
Thank you. And Tina did not, excuse me, I apologize, CL did not tell you where she was at the approximate time the male kicked in the door.
She did not tell me exactly what time that was, no.
She did not give you an approximate location as to where she was in the house.
Well, she run into the bedroom. Now, after she locked the door, now exactly how long that took, and I don't know. It couldn't have taken very long to run from the door into the bedroom.
And your wife she's a 77-year-old woman, obviously. Has she had any surgical operations such as hip replacements?
Yes, she had a hip replacement.
And is she apt to run often?
Well, no, she didn't run, but
That's fine. I observed a walker in your home. You stated that there's a walker, an assistant device for people who tend to have issues walking. At times, she did utilize a walker, correct?
at times she did use a walker, yes.
Upon being thrown down the stairs in a violent fit, a violent rage, as that does not happen friendly like or as play of sports, upon being thrown down the stairs, did she state any further events in reference to proceeding further after that?
Would you repeat that?
After being thrown down the stairs, she did not describe to you what happened after that, besides the fact that they went to the safe, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Schmitt, I'd like to ask you about that safe. That safe is obviously, as we saw, built into the wall, and it is usually covered at probably all times, correct?
Yes.
And is there anyone else that would be apt to touch that safe handle, or anything about that safe? Maybe even the partition or the board that was covering? Does anyone else ever operate with that safe or go into it?
I would be the only one.
You'd be the only one. So grandkids aren't apt to, I'm sure they've seen it, but grandkids aren't apt to regularly touch it or pull the board off the front and touch on it, correct?
No.
You stated earlier in your testimony that your wife relayed to you that something about locking the safe permanently and that the police are on their way now because they have notification of that safe if it's the wrong combination is put in, correct?
Would you repeat that?
You stated earlier in your testimony that your wife relayed to you that she told the suspect or suspects that they had locked the safe because it was wired to the police station, correct?
She told the suspect, that the safe was wired to the police department, yes.
And then they proceeded upstairs.
That's what she said, yes.
And I'm sure you've had other conversations in the time after the alleged offense on top of the initial conversation with her at that time. She did not state anything further as to any other events that happened upon going upstairs?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already testified that she told him they went upstairs and he bent her over her chair and raped her again. That's what the witness testified to. So now the defendant here is trying to confuse the witness by misinterpreting his previous testimony.
I'll sustain the objection. If you could rephrase or re-ask the question, perfectly honest, Mr. Yohn, I thought you were asking this witness about any other conversation he had had with the victim about her description of what happened. So if you could pinpoint the witness with your question as to the answer you're looking for, then hopefully you'll get the answer you're looking for.
And excuse me, Your Honor, I'll skip past that question and continue on. She stated that they proceeded upstairs, correct?
Yes.
And the male bent her over the chair and proceeded to rape her, correct?
She told me she was raped.
And Mr. Schmitt, earlier you stated that she relayed to you that she was bent over the chair. True.
I don't remember saying that.
Your wife, I'd like to ask you about her personal mentality. You were on with your husband. You were around her daily. If I made the assumption that CL was a sharp person, meaning not only smart but intelligent, crafty, ingenious, of a stable mind, consistent in her manner of everyday life, would you agree that my assumption is accurate?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained as being irrelevant as well as a compound question.
Your wife did not suffer from any dementia or Alzheimer's, did she?
No.
So she would have remembered things pretty well.
Objection, Your Honor, would call for speculation on the part of this witness.
I'll overrule. He can answer the best of his knowledge.
Would you repeat that?
So her memory was actually pretty good, correct?
It was pretty good. Yes.
Maybe even spectacular.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, we're talking about vagueness now.
Sustain the objection.
Mr. Schmitt, I'd like to ask you a question or two about your Toyota Avalon, the white one with the license plate of ABS, I believe 1006. Could you tell me what year that was, to the best of your remembrance, roundabout?
I believe it was a 2018.
And that automobile did not have self-propelled autopilot driving installed in its model, did it?
No.
Meaning it did not drive itself, obviously. Thank you. Is it true that your wife stated that the female in this criminal equation was the worst of the two?
Yes.
Mr. Schmitt, I'd like to ask your opinion, based on your knowledge and testimony, based on life, based on what your wife has relayed to you or had relayed to you. First, I apologize, I'll backtrack. Your wife stated the female was just verbally violent and threatened her many times, correct?
She said yes, she did.
And that was all, other than rummaging through your house, ransacking it, and stealing everything, correct?
Yes, she said the female did. Yes.
I'll reiterate for you, obviously, your wife stated the male threw her downstairs, beat her, raped her, correct?
Yes.
Back to my original question, based on life and being a human being and the relevance of what your wife relayed to you, Mr. Schmitt, in your eyes, what do you see as worse, the male or the female?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant speculation, improper opinion.
Sustained.
You are aware that the female was simply supposed to be only verbally violent, correct?
The female threatened her with a knife.
Verbal threats.
Verbal threats, yes.
Thank you. Did your wife ever state anything about the female touching her?
I don't remember for sure what she all said.
Generally speaking, excuse me, how long it is. I'd like to ask you about your work in business. You both own and operate your business, correct? You stated that earlier.
I'm the owner.
You're the owner, and she worked with you, though.
Yes.
And did y'all always use separate vehicles to arrive at work, depart from work, or did you sometimes go in the same vehicles?
No, we each used our own vehicles, or the two different vehicles that were owned by the company.
And is it possible that at times CL would not even go to work?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
All sustained.
Obviously, you stated CL left before you that day on November 9th. She left before you to continue on home, and then you went to farming home.
Objection, Your Honor. He never said that Seal was at work with him that day.
I would sustain. I don't recall that being testified to.
Mr. Schmitt, did your wife drink alcohol?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I'll sustain. I don't find the relevance in the question, Mr. Yohn.
Mr. Schmitt, did your wife have any markings on her body that you could observe upon entering the home that were not normally there, that you're aware of?
I don't remember if she had any other markings on her or not.
You've been with her 36 years, obviously. Did she have any permanent markings on her body, such as maybe skin pigmentation or birthmarks?
No.
None. None on your lower body.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'll overrule. Let me ask the question.
I'll restate that here.
You recall the question?
I'm sorry, I didn't
The
hear.
question was, did she have any birthmarks or pigmentation on her lower body? So let's let the witness answer the question before we move on, Mr. Yohn.
No.
If I may, Mr. Schmitt, was there any reason, or excuse me, was there any recent medical attention outside of 11/9 or 21 that your wife had say in the past 10 days, 5, 10, 20 days, that you're aware of? Medical visits, hospital visits?
There were no hospital visits. I mean, she had she went to the doctor.
And was that maybe within days of this occurrence, say 2, 3 days?
I'm not sure.
But there were recent ones, correct?
Yes, she went to the doctor.
Mr. Schmitt, I don't want to go too much further. I feel like I've already violated you enough in this questioning. I hate to have you here as it is.
Your Honor, if we could just get to a question, please.
Mr. Yohn, if you would ask your next question of this witness, then we'll be here even less.
Knowing your wife for 36 years, being your wife for 2 years, do you see any reason that she would laugh and giggle about claims such as this?
Objection, Your Honor, there's no evidence of that, and it would be speculation on the part of this witness.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmitt, I'd like to ask you about the cell phone service up on the bluffs.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overrule. Maybe we'll get to something relevant. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Yes, I overruled the objection. That means you can ask the question.
How's the cell phone service up there on the bluffs where your house is located?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Again, I'll overrule the objection. Maybe we'll get to something relevant, but go ahead with the line of questioning, Mr. Yohn.
I'll proceed on, Your Honor. Based on your remembrance, do you remember your wife being persuaded to go to the hospital at the scene while you were there?
Yes, they told her she had to go to the hospital.
And who might that be that told her they had to go to the hospital?
I don't remember.
That it would have been law enforcement, correct? I mean, law enforcement and yourself were the only ones there, true?
Her daughters were there also.
So it could have been law enforcement and daughters.
And the daughters, yeah.
In reference to your answer on that, I'd like to ask you another question about Mr. Schmitt. Do you remember the approximate time the daughters did arrive to the scene?
No, I don't.
And do you know how they got notification?
I called the younger daughter, Ilsa.
If you would give me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Stand up. Mr. Schmitt, you stated that you went to the hospital by yourself in your own vehicle. Do you remember who took your wife to the hospital?
She went with her daughter.
And that would have been Ilsa or Heidi Yohn?
Yes.
And that was on 11, 9, and 21, correct? The same night?
Yes.
Mr. Schmitt, before leaving for the hospital, could you shed a bit of light on what your wife did before leaving your home? What precautions she took? Maybe she dressed, how long it was, to the best of your knowledge, before leaving?
Yes, she put some clothes on it.
She didn't shower.
No.
She, obviously you said she had tops on. Did she change clothing?
I don't know.
Mr. Schmitt, are you, in regards to the sexual assault, are you aware of whether there was a protection, say a condom or anything? Did she explain that to you, relay that to you?
No.
And last question, Mr. Schmitt, She walked from that home, correct? And she proceeded to go to the hospital. She walked out of the home.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all I had at the moment. I would ask to recall at a later time if possible.
All right, he'll be available to be recalled in the future, but any other questions at this time, Mr. Yohn? Of this witness?
I do, Your Honor. I do. One more. I apologize. That year around Christmas, do you recall being given any items of evidence from the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
No.
No cameras or tools?
No.
And you're sure about that?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Sustained. State, gonna have some redirect?
Just 2 questions, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and do that then.
Sir, your wife didn't go into specific details about her sexual assault or rape with you, did she? Specific details into great detail, fair to say?
No.
Did she feel ashamed about what had happened to her?
Yes.
And she didn't want to go to the hospital because she was ashamed of what had happened to her, fair to say?
I object, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Question is withdrawn. Jury should disregard. Any further recross based upon the questions just asked? Mr. Yohn?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
You may step down. Thank you. We're now at 12:15. Which will bring us to our lunch break. So, members of the jury, I'll admonish you at this time that you should not do any independent investigation or research on any subject, place, or person relating to this case. This means you may not go outside the courtroom for any any information concerning the case, parties, lawyers, issues or terms used, or to visit any place described, or do any independent examination, measurements, or testing of facts. What you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. This also includes any press, radio, or television programs, and it also includes any information available on the internet. You must not use the internet or any other means to search for any information about the case or the law which applies to the case. Such programs, reports, and information are not evidence, and your verdict must not be influenced in any way by such material. During the course of this trial, do not text, tweet, blog, communicate by any means to anyone, or provide information personally, in writing, or electronically to anyone about this case, not even your own families or friends, courtroom personnel, and also not even amongst yourselves until instructed otherwise. Lawyers, parties, and witnesses are not permitted to speak with you about any subject, even if unrelated to this case, until after the case is over and you are discharged from your duties as jurors. It is your duty to report any such contact to me immediately. Please wear your juror badges when remaining in the area of the courthouse or nearby restaurants while you are serving as a juror. We are going to recess for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:45. Please be back in time to resume your seats and resume hearing evidence in this case at 1:45. That we will be in recess, and the jury will be excused until 1:45.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Make sure you're
Julie, you do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, if you have come around here, we have a witness seat for you. And Mr. Jones, when you're ready with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me your name, please?
Jacqueline Oglesby.
And Ms. Oglesby, I'm going to have you take that microphone and put it right in front of your face. Let's try one more time. Can you tell me your name?
Jacqueline Oglesby.
Let me get you a little bit closer to it. 'Cause
Jacqueline Oglesby.
there we go. All right. Everybody here are okay. Ms. Oglesby, can you tell me what you do for a living?
I'm an ER nurse at Blessing Hospital, and I specialize in SANE.
Well, let's talk about that. You say you specialize in SANE. Tell me what SANE means.
I'm a sexual assault nurse examiner. I do exams on patients who have been sexually assaulted.
Is there a specialized training program that you have to go through in order to become a SANE nurse, a sexual assault nurse examiner?
There is.
Can you describe that for me?
It is a 40-hour class, and then there is a multitude of clinical work that you have to do.
And can you describe some of that clinical work that you have to do?
You have to witness so many SANE exams. I think there's 15. I've went to several clinical days in Hennepin County in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You have to meet with the state's attorney's office, do some ride-alongs with police.
And do you receive specialized training in how to deal with victims of sexual assault?
You do.
And have you received that training and certification?
I have.
Also, as a SANE nurse, as a sexual assault nurse examiner, is one of your responsibilities the collection of physical evidence?
It is.
And are you trained, specialized training to do that as well?
I am.
And you've accomplished all that training?
Correct.
And you are a certified sexual assault nurse examiner?
I am.
I want to talk to you about November 9th, 2021. Were you working in the emergency rooms that night?
I was.
When you were working in the emergency room that night, was there an occasion where you met with or conducted an exam of a person that you knew to be Christine Schmitt?
I did.
Can you tell me about what time she would have come into the emergency room? If you know.
It was about 8 o'clock.
Later in the evening.
Yeah.
Say. When you do a SANE exam in general, can you give me a general sense of what the first step you do as a sexual assault nurse examiner, how you go about those examinations?
Just going in, meeting the patient, building that rapport so that they trust you to do their exam.
And then how do you perform the exam? What types of steps do you take? Bad question. You're trying. In this case, what was the first thing you did after you met with Christine Schmitt? What was the first step you took in performing the examination?
Just assessing her immediate injuries.
And when you met with her and talked with her, not asking what she told you, but when you met with her and talked with her, were you able to see if she was crying, if she was upset, what her emotional state was?
Yeah, it appeared to me that she was in shock. She didn't really have too much emotions going on, I guess.
A flat effect, if you will?
Yeah.
Then you looked at her physical injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you also document those physical injuries,
I did.
both in paper form and photographically?
Correct.
Did you take several photographs that reflected those injuries that you observed on November 9th, 2021?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked People's Exhibit 19 through 32 and ask you to take a moment and look at those. Have you seen those photographs before?
I have.
And are those photographs the photographs that you took that documented the injuries that you observed in Christine Loman on November 9th, 2021?
They are.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibits 19 through 32 be introduced, and we would ask leave to publish them to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
People's Exhibits 19 through 32 will be admitted without objection. And people may publish the jury.
Have just a moment. The first photograph I want to put on the screen is People's Exhibit 19. Jacqueline, in looking at People's Exhibit 19, can you tell us who that's a photograph of?
Christine Lohman.
And is that how she looked when you saw her in the evening hours of November 19, 2024?
It is.
Now, you talked about some injuries, and I first want to talk about bruising. Did you notice bruising on her body?
I did.
Was there bruising in multiple locations?
There was.
If I use the word fresh bruising, do you know what I mean when I say that?
A recent bruise.
Recent bruise. When you, in your training experience, are you able to tell the difference between bruises that are relatively recent and bruises that are days and weeks old?
I am.
The bruising that you observed on Christina Logan on November 9, 2021, did the bruising appear to be recent or fresh?
It did.
The bruising that you saw on Christina Logan, did you take photographs of those bruises?
I did.
If we could go to the next one. Here on Exhibit 20, we have a photograph of Ms. Loman's knee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what we observe in that photograph? There's a screen in front of you too. I don't know if that's easier for you to look at.
It appears to be a fresh bruise on her knee.
In the center part of her knee?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 21, we have a photograph of Christina Loman's left hand. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you tell us what we're looking at here and what you noticed in your sexual assault examination?
It appears that she had fresh bruising on her hand.
Talking about the discoloration, the bruising from the bottom of the hand to the top and then across the top of the hand,
Correct.
and even on the left side of the left hand, fair to say?
Correct.
People's Exhibit 22, also a photograph that you took, showing both the left and right hand of Christina Lohman.
Correct.
Right. And again, can you tell us what you noticed in your examination of her left and right hand and her left forearm?
There was fresh bruising to all parts.
Again, looking at the discoloration of her right hand and up to her right wrist, and then her left hand and up her left forearm, fair to say?
That's correct.
Was the bruising contained to her upper body, or was there bruising on her lower body as well?
There was bruising on her lower body as well.
People's Exhibit 23 shows both the left and right knee of Christina Lohman. We saw a close-up of the right knee already. Here is the left leg. Can you tell us what you noticed in your training and experience as a sexual assault nurse examiner?
There was bruising to the knee as well.
Both.
Both of them.
And again, that bruising appeared in your training experience to be relatively fresh.
Correct.
Was there also bruising and injuries to the patient's, to Christina Lohman's buttocks?
There was.
The next slide is going to be a black slide because of the nature of the photograph. It's People's Exhibit 24. If we have the light back on, please. And you've seen People's Exhibit 24, correct?
Correct.
It's a photograph of Christina Lohman's buttocks and upper part of her thighs, fair to say?
Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, there's a court reporter, you gotta say yes or no. And that photograph shows bruising and abrasions to both her legs and thighs, fair to say?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if I could have the bailiff approach the jury based on the nature of that photograph and pass that to the jury.
Yes, publish that directly through juror observation and passing photo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here on People's Exhibit 25, the lower part of Christina Lowen's thighs, backside of her thighs, fair to say?
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to object real quick. For the previous time, I had copies of 24 and 26. I spoke to Ms. Keck earlier, telling her that the numbers were changed on them. And she took the copies I had, and I have not been given copies back since to observe.
Right. Can
Aye.
respond.
Judge, he's had copies of these photographs, and he's been shown these photographs numerous times. He's asked to see them in person. We took those to him at one point and showed him these photographs. So there's no unfair surprise. He knows these photographs exist. He's seen them.
Your Honor, that's irrelevant right at this moment. I'm entitled to have that here. At the moment, I've had them for the last year, until just about an hour and a half ago. I'd like to view them too. I'd like to view them, but I need to.
Well, Mr. Yohn, I'm going to overrule your objection. You've already not objected to the introduction of those exhibits here for purposes of trial, and you can observe what's on the screen with Mr. Jones and the witness as they testify. And if you need those exhibits, they will be available for you during cross-examination to use yourself. So the objection is overruled.
And People's Exhibit 25, bruising on both the upper backside of Christina Lowen's thighs on both the right and left side, fair to say?
Correct.
And is the bruising contained on the interior of both the right and left thigh? In other words, it's on the insides of both her legs.
That's correct.
Your Honor, People's 26 is going to be a blank screen on the screen again. It's a photograph of the Christina Lowen's buttocks showing abrasions and bruising and discoloration. Again, based on the sensitive nature of that, we'd ask the bailiff to approach and show that to the jurors.
All right. We'll proceed in the fashion as suggested.
Ms. Oglesby, I want to go back for a moment to People's Exhibit 19. When you were speaking with Christina Lowen and talking with her, did you notice anything about her mouth, specifically if there was blood in her mouth?
There was.
And did you take photographs of the interior of her mouth as well?
I did.
When you looked in her mouth, did you discover that there were significant injuries to the inside of her?
I did.
In your training as a nurse and the years that you've been a nurse, have you seen chemical burns before?
I have.
The burns in Miss Lowen's mouth, did it appear to be chemical burns to you?
It did.
People's Exhibit 27, is this a photograph of the inside of Christina Lowen's mouth on November 9th, 2021? when you performed the sexual assault examination?
It is.
The black and reddened areas, is that blood?
Yes.
People's 28, please. Again, People's 28, is that a different view of Christina Lohman's, the interior of her mouth?
It is.
Again, we're able to better visualize the clotting on her mouth and then the fresh blood at the back of her throat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
People's 29, please. Again, the interior of Christina Lohman's mouth on November 9, 2021, showing the clotting and the abrasions and the burns on the inside of her mouth. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the next photo, please. Here, do we see the roof of her mouth, Christina Lohman's mouth?
That's correct.
And again, the black clotting and the fresh abrasion
That's correct.
and the fresh burns. Ms. Oglesby, did you also examine Christina Lohman's vagina?
I did.
And in examining her vagina, did you notice injuries to her vagina?
I did.
In fact, was there 3 linear tears approximately 1 centimeter long? Does that
Yeah.
sound correct?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
And also a 1 by 1 or 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion and a 3 centimeter by 2 centimeter bleeding abrasion.
That's correct.
Did you also attempt to perform a cervix exam on Ms. Lohman?
I did.
Were you able to complete that?
I was not.
Is that because it was too painful for her?
That is correct.
When you were able to perform what you were able to perform on that cervix exam, did you notice stringy clots in the vaginal vault?
I did.
Can you tell me what that means, stringy clots in the vaginal vault?
When I was able to open up the speculum as much as I could, there was clotted blood from some sort of injury to the vagina.
And People's 31 and 32, those are photographs of the examination of Christina Lohman's vagina during the sexual assault examination.
Yes.
And those show the abrasions and the tears that you previously mentioned. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, again, based on the nature of 31 and 32, we're not going to publish them on the screen. We'd ask that the bailiff approach the jury and publish them in that manner.
All right. People's Exhibits 31 and 32 will be published to the jury as suggested.
Ms. Oglesby, when you conducted that examination on Christina Lohman, was she wearing an adult Depends at that time?
She was.
Did you remove that Depends?
I did.
And did you in fact place it into evidence?
I did.
When you observed that Depends, did you notice any blood on that as well?
Yes, there was a lot of blood on the Depends.
You're familiar with a term sexual assault kit?
Correct.
And did you perform a sexual assault kit in this case?
I did.
We're going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the sexual assault kit that you collected on November 9, 2021 from Christina Lohman?
It is.
Your Honor, we have the People's Exhibit number 1
be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. As long as we can introduce 0506, the defense copy, which is also a secondary patient consent form. It's also the top of that box, which is attached to that. It's a completely different one.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The court asked him if there was an objection to the introduction, not for commentary about other pieces of evidence.
And so, Mr. Yohn, there's no objection to the admission of People's Exhibit Number 1. You will have a chance to cross-examine and attempt to introduce the exhibits you believe are relevant. And so we'll take that up when it's your turn.
Right.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I asked this, I just want to make sure that it's clear. That adult Depends that this woman was wearing, she was wearing that when she came into the emergency room and you first met with her. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
All right, any cross-examination, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor, yes, most definitely. Ms. Oglesby, thank you for coming today. In reference to, I'll start out with the sex assault kit. In reference to the sex assault kit, you do a number of procedures in that sex assault kit, correct?
Correct.
There's a number of options or steps you should take in order to fulfill a complete sex assault kit. True?
I do it based on the patient's needs and wants.
But in this case, you did several different pages, correct? And there were questionnaires and notations and bruises, among a statement, acts described by patient historian, methods used by assailant or assailants, post-assault hygiene activity, patient medical history for forensic lab, among general exams.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
When you do a sexual assault kit, which I believe is called an ISPE or ISPSEC, a sex assault evidence collection kit, there are several steps to that kit, correct?
Correct.
And one of them would be a general exam.
Correct.
And you would examine the declarant's body, per se. You would overlook them to see if they have any injuries.
Correct.
And you notate the injuries, obviously, correct?
Correct.
And on 11/9, did you notate the injuries of CL, Ms. Sloman?
I did.
Do you have a copy of that present?
I do.
Could you possibly go to page 6 of step 2? It is a general exam continued. I'll start there. Generally, or normal, as is normal procedure, I would think, you would notate all physical markings, trauma markings, descriptions, correct?
To the best of my ability.
To the best of your ability. Can you, you've notated some markings here today on the screen and with the state's attorney. Can you read off the notations that you made in this general exam on the continued page?
Bruising to the dorsal side of the left hand, pain to the tailbone.
Excuse me, can I stop you one moment? And
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asked the witness to read. If he wants her to read, then she should be given the opportunity to answer the question and read what he said.
Go ahead, I apologize.
Stay in the objection. You may answer that question.
Bruise, 4 centimeters by 3 centimeters to the inner left buttock, redness to the right knee, and bruising to the left knee.
And as you said, you are a professional, obviously, and you can determine what bruising is recent, prior, old, new, correct?
Correct.
You stated just a few minutes ago that number 4, which you notated as redness to the right knee, you stated that that was a bruise minutes ago.
Redness and bruising sometimes can look similar.
They can. But you did, in the exam on 11/9, you notated it as redness, correct?
Correct.
And as far as number 1, bruising to dorsal side of left hand, that would be the top, correct?
Correct.
And number 2, you described as, CL probably described to you as pain to the tailbone area, correct?
Correct.
And number 3, you obviously stated 4 centimeters by 3 centimeters. That it's approximately the size of a nickel, correct? Not too big. It's not an inch wide, an inch in diameter.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. An inch is a little bit more than 2 centimeters, so 4 centimeters would be more than an inch.
Or excuse me, yes, you're right. I apologize. I worded that wrong. Number 5, bruising to the left knee. That was correct. True.
Yeah.
Ms. Oglesby, you put an in-depth description on number 3, and that was a bruise to the inner left buttock. Is there a reason that you did not put an in-depth size description on number 1 and number 5?
There's not.
And if you look at the picture, you obviously still have of number 5. I believe that was
Just for the record, I don't think she has the pictures in front of her anymore.
if could develop the in the picture, please, John.
All right. Have the bailiff provide the exhibits to this witness. Mr. Yohn, which exhibit are you directing her attention to?
Ms. Oglesby, if you go to, I believe it is number 23, it shows the knees. Yes, ma'am, the knees. And if you observe the left knee, could you give a brief description on maybe the size of that, to the best of your knowledge, based on your professionalism?
I'm unable to recall due to the size of the picture.
But as far as the picture you have in your hand, it's very obvious. Could you give a brief description of maybe what it covers, the length?
It covers the lower part of the knee.
The lower part of the knee. Pretty much the whole knee, correct?
The lower part of the knee.
Okay. Ms. Oglesby, I'd like to step over to the statement on step 2, page 2. I understand you've got a redacted statement there in your hands, possibly. I've been given 3 redactions myself. If you look at that redaction,
Judge, I want to be clear. We haven't introduced anything, and what she has is an unredacted version of her report.
an unredacted.
For the record, there should be no redactions on the report in the witness's hand you're referring her to.
If you would go down to the lower center part of the page, I believe it'd be about 8 lines up. It says, he then...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is hearsay. If he wants to get into this, we didn't get into this specifically because he had objected earlier. If we want to get into everything that this patient told this nurse, we can do that. But then the rule of completeness is we're going to get into all of it. So it's up to the defendant. If he wants all this in, that's fine, but he's not going to pick and choose different lines of this.
All right, well,
Your Honor.
the state's not going to direct the court on how we're going to get into things, Mr. Jones, but I would suggest we take a 10-minute recess until 2:30. We'll have the jury excused to the jury assembly room, and we will address this issue and objections outside of the hearing of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Grab your clipboard this morning.
That is going to do what's called opening the door.
Yes, sir, I understand.
And under the rule of completeness, if you open the door to part of that, that means you open the door to all of that. And that may include everything that would otherwise be inadmissible as hearsay. Okay, and so I wanted to caution you and at least make you aware of that, but before you open the door, if you go down this line of questioning the way you are attempting to proceed, the state is going to be able to introduce that entire report.
Your Honor.
Okay?
Yes, sir. As it stands, the state has already crossed the testimonial line. They crossed the testimonial line with Mr. Schmitt.
Well, not as to this report, Mr. Yohn, and that's what I'm dealing with right now.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I didn't make myself clear. I didn't mean to try to introduce the unredacted statement. I wanted to assure myself and Ms. Oglesby that she did have the redacted statement so that only the open statements could be used, which are
Redacted statements or the unredacted statements?
the unredacted
Redacted statements.
Correct, yes.
Okay, those are redacted, the ones with the
Yes.
black lines through. All right, so if you go outside and question this witness beyond what is basically not been redacted, then that's going to open the door for the state. So I just wanted to caution you of that before you went down that path, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so we'll finish with the recess. If anybody needs to use the facilities, the court will be in recess, and we'll get the jury back in here promptly at 2:30 and resume with your questioning, Mr. Yohn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Taking a brief 10-minute recess, and it's now 2:30. We will be back on the record. And if the bailiff will bring the jury back in, please.
Your Honor, if I may, I object to an issue here.
To what?
I object to a state's attorney going up to witnesses who are on the stand and whispering to them.
I wasn't whispering to the witnesses. I was getting a People's Exhibit sticker and thanking the court reporter for getting the exhibit stickers.
I apologize if I'm wrong, but it appeared to be as if he said something to Ms. Oglesby.
Court reporter was sitting right there, Your Honor.
All right. So anything said in the courtroom is on the record, Mr. Yohn, so we're on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The session court is now reconvened. Please see.
Thank you. We have our jurors back, and we are in the midst of the cross-examination of witness Oglesby by the defendant. So, Mr. Yohn, you wish to resume your
Your Honor, yes. Ms. Oglesby, did you take a medical history of the declarant CL here in these matters?
I did.
And are you aware of some of her existing medical conditions?
I don't have that record in front of me.
Back to, I apologize, back to the bruising, or I should say general exam continued. You stated that you generally notate all bruises or issues with a person's body when these complaints are made. However, here you've only stated 3 bruises and a red mark. We heard a little while ago where you spoke of several different bruises up and down arms, to the lower legs, underneath buttocks. Is there a reason for that? Is there a reason that you did not notate all of these marks if they were fresh marks?
This was a very complex case, and I documented to the best of my ability.
I'd like to go to page 3 of acts described by patient or historian. Now, pause there for a moment. When you notate these issues, per se, these happenings, these descriptions, you have to be, what's the word for it? Exact, maybe, or you take down what a declarant says, correct?
It's a victim, yeah.
Victim, declarant, victim. You take down what they say. You don't normally, for lack of better words, mess up and mark something that say isn't true, correct?
What are you referring to?
Well, if you go down to penetration of anus, it is the second subject under acts described by patient/historian on page 3 of step 2. Penetration of anus says by penis, finger, and object.
Correct?
Object, it was not marked here what the object was. And you have a section off to the right that says what.
That means the patient did not disclose to me what the object was.
Did you maybe ask her?
I don't recall.
And that is the anus. That is the rear end, as we're all aware of. If you would go to page 7 of step 2, and that is the genital exam, you go down to anal exam, and it says patient declined, no obvious bleeding from rectum. It's clear, correct? There's no obvious bleeding. You were the one that analyzed that, examined that?
Correct.
Yeah, as you did also examine the labial maneuver genital exam area up in the top left box. That is the vaginal cavity, correct? Or the outer entrance to the vaginal cavity?
Correct.
And you noticed bleeding.
I did.
Miss Oglesby, to be penetrated by penis, finger, and object in the anal area, the anal cavity. Them are the descriptions CL put forth, correct?
I was unable to assess the rectum fully per the patient.
I understand, but them are the claims she placed forth, correct?
That she was penetrated anally.
By penis, fingers, penis, finger, and object.
That is correct.
There's no bleeding. True.
There was no obvious bleeding. I was unable to fully assess the rectum. There could have been bleeding that I was unable to assess.
The rectum is common knowledge. The rectum is a bit smaller in diameter than the vaginal cavity and quite a bit more sensitive to expansion or penetration, wouldn't you say?
I'm unable to answer that question.
If I give you a simple scenario, if I try to penetrate this cup with this highlighter here, it's not apt to do any damage, correct? Whereas if I try to take this small flex pin and try to penetrate this cap, it'd be more apt to do damage because it's smaller. It's a less expandable area. It's tighter. Would that be a correct assumption? I mean, based on educational, professional opinions? I mean, the anus is generally tighter than the vagina, correct? Smaller.
Again, I'm unable to answer that question.
And you could determine no bleeding in the anal area, correct?
I was unable to fully assess the rectum due to the patient's wishes.
I would like to go to page 4 of step 2. Sorry, I apologize for bouncing around like this. I'm not a natural. If you go to page 4 of step 2, methods used by assailant, you have categories of weapons: punched, slapped, kicked, grabbed, held down, physical restraints, strangulation, burned, and verbal threats or use of ligature. On weapons, you mark yes, and that's obviously because the victim, as you described, stated it was a knife, true?
That's correct.
And did she say what kind of knife?
On the paper, it's noted a meat carving knife.
Meat carving knife. Meat carving knife. Thank you. And punch, slap, kicked. What was that answer for that category there?
It's marked on the exam of no.
She was not punched, slapped, or kicked. Grabbed and held down. Could you answer that? What?
It's marked on the paper as yes.
Thank you. No physical restraints, no strangulation, and no burns, correct?
Correct.
Chemical burns, we talked about chemical burns earlier with Mr. Jones here. It's clearly right here, burned. I would think that would fall under burns of most kinds, correct? Wouldn't just be fire burns or gasoline burns of some kind, or...
I would say that that would be the way that the patient would interpret that when I asked her the yes or no question.
Thank you. And if you go down to the category for post-assault hygiene activity, down the second one over to the right, ate or drank. Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, she drank.
And that was previous to coming, obviously previous coming to the hospital, and maybe even at the hospital, true?
Correct.
And that states water, Bailey's on ice. So obviously water and Bailey's on ice, true?
Correct.
And you also did a drug-facilitated sexual assault, DFSA, and that category holds subcategories loss of memory. And that was a no, correct?
Correct.
Along with loss of consciousness, nausea and vomiting, and drug and alcohol use, correct? They're
Correct.
all a no. So if you'd proceed on to page 4 of step 2, or excuse me, I'm sorry, page 5 of step 2. I want to touch base on pertinent medical history for forensic lab as it's in your documentation here. In pertinent medical history for forensic lab box, it has last menstrual period with the date and sexual contact within 3 days other than sexual assault. Correct?
Correct.
And last menstrual period, obviously unknown. 77 years old. True?
True.
And then you go down to the next sentence. Sexual contact within 3 days other than sexual assault, excluding the sexual assault claimed on 11/9 of 21. And that would read what box being check marked?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Sexual contact within 3 days other than sexual assault. Obviously, you had to ask her this box, ask her this information, and she stated yes or no in accordance to sexual contact within 3 days other than the alleged assault, correct?
Correct.
And that was a yes.
Yes.
And as to anal contact and oral contact and condom use, them are all 3 no, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to touch base on anal contact real quick. She states no. And this is in reference to sexual contact within 3 days other than the sexual assault. We reviewed page 7, the anal exam. And you obviously put patient declined, no obvious bleeding from rectum. I understand this is consensual. here in pertinent medical history for forensic lab, that's consensual. But that does coincide with not having any markings on the animal exam, correct?
I'm going to object at this point. The witness has multiple times testified that she was not able to complete a complete assessment of the animal exam based on the patient's wishes.
But she did observe. True.
All right, so we're going to overrule the objection. You may answer.
I'll state that again. Pertinent medical history for forensic lab. She states no on anal contact. True.
Right.
And that would coincide with page 7 of anal exam. Patient declined, no obvious bleeding from rectum. If you didn't have anal sex, you'd most likely not have any markings.
This is outside of the sexual assault.
Yes. But that does coincide with that, right? With no marking.
I'm not understanding.
I'll go ahead. I apologize. I may be wording it wrong. I'm a little bit out of tune with this. Continued on page 5 in general exam, the beginning of general exam. I'm sorry, I probably should have started this the first time. In the beginning of general exam on page 5 of step 2, it says large area of bloody mucus with surrounding petechiae.
Petechiae?
I apologize again. Patient states carpet cleaner was sprayed into her mouth post-assault, after assault. There are no other descriptions in this general exam, and these are cranial descriptions. This is a cranial diagram, right?
It's a facial diagram?
And it also shows the head, too, I would say. There's no other, I guess you could, in the page 8, but it shows the head in general. Mm-hmm. There's no other markings, true.
On the face?
On anywhere, on the head. Anywhere other than inside the mouth.
Nothing that I have noted.
Nothing. Ms. Oglesby, these are very serious accusations. I think you'd agree, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you were familiar with bruising?
Correct.
And you were able to tell fresh bruising from older bruising?
Correct.
Could you give the courts a brief description of, say, the coloring of fresh bruising versus the coloring of older bruising? Bruising that's healing already.
Fresh bruising will be more of a dark purple, as in healing bruising will be a brownish or yellow.
And in the pictures, if I may, could I bring the picture of the hand back up on the screen? 21 and 22. 21 first, please.
You see right here, excuse me, I apologize. All around here, and all around the knuckle area, that would be considered light yellowing, brownish.
It looks like just her skin color.
I mean, if you say it looks like her skin color, then it should probably appear as if.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a question.
If you would ask your questions of the witness, and she can do her
It
best.
appears as if it's her skin color, correct?
Yes.
And are these two colors here in this area and this area different?
Based on the lighting of the picture.
Clearly. Or just based on the picture?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Ms. Oglesby,
On the lower fingers here, if I use my left hand, on the lower finger here, it seems to be a normal skin color such as white. And then if you get up here above the knuckle, right here, and back here on the hand, it seems to be yellowish.
I think what you're seeing is a difference in lighting in the picture.
Next picture, please.
22.
Yes. You can cut it off.
You're done.
One more. I'd like to go to the knee. I believe that was 23. You stated lower knee for bruising, correct?
Just says left knee.
But you, just a few moments back, you stated
It is the lower knee, yes.
If I point out here, this appears to be, you have the kneecap right here. You have the kneecap here. Then you have the lower knee. I'd say this is quite a bit higher up on the knee than lower, Drew.
It's the knee.
Now it's the knee. Thank you. Are you, you can cut them off. Are you familiar with the fact that CL had a right total hip arthroplasty, hip joint replacement? If you jog your memory.
I don't recall.
Do you know what a total hip arthroplasty is?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
As far as the question just asked, I'll overrule. So you may answer the question, do you know what a total hip arthroplasty is?
Yes.
Can you explain that to us, please?
Objection relevance.
That'll sustained. Sustained.
It's obviously a hip replacement, Drew.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Well, I don't know that it was a question, so Mr. Yohn, any more questions for this witness?
Yes, sir. Did you review any other reports other than your documentation here? Did you maybe review Dr. Finster's reports or the overall reports to come to any other decisions in your determination?
No.
Ms. Ogilvie, I have just a couple more things and I'll let you be free. I don't have it here in the exhibit. However, I know it's part of your documentation. Excuse me. I may have it here in the exhibit. You stated that, here it is, Exhibit 33, and that'd be page 1. Patient information. Do you have that? That would be the time of the exam beginning and the time of assault and the admittance time into the hospital.
All right. Not to interrupt, Mr. Yohn, but the people have not introduced People's Exhibit number 33 yet. Just so you're aware. So if you're going to reference the exhibit, you'll want to have this witness identify that exhibit and what it is, and then we can make it a defendant's exhibit if you'd like.
Your Honor, it's the same exhibit I've been speaking on for the last 15 minutes.
I understand, but it has not been introduced as an exhibit. If you would like to do
Can I
so,
introduce it as an exhibit, please?
Mr. Jones?
I need a copy back.
Judge, I apologize. If I'm going to make an objection to this, it needs to be done outside the presence of the jury. I think we need to have a discussion before this entire exhibit is introduced.
All right, so we will ask the bailiff to take the jury back to the jury assembly room. I will discuss
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Grab the clipboard.
Easy.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Judge, this court has ruled as far as a redacted copy of People's Exhibit 33. In preparing for the trial, Ms. Keck and I made the trial strategy decision of not even introducing People's 33, even in an unredacted version, because the statements in a redacted version, because the statements, even in that redacted version, we were concerned could be an issue if the defendant is convicted or the appellate court. There's certainly multiple concerns about whether or not she was there for medical treatment. This defendant made multiple objections to the inclusion of the report because I think he argued at one point she wasn't there just for medical treatment. And based on that, we determined that we would not introduce People's Exhibit 33. We just didn't want to go down that road. He's now asking to introduce that redacted version. I just want to be clear on the record. If he chooses to do that, I have no objection. He wants to do it, that's fine, fair game. And then we'll ask her some questions about the statements that are included therein. But I want to be clear that we are not seeking to introduce it. We have not asked it to be introduced. It is not our request that it's being introduced. And the defendant is the one seeking to introduce it. I would also point out, if the defendant is just wanting to introduce the time of the assault and the time the exam began, it's included on Exhibit 33, and he can ask just those questions and ask her if the exam time began at 21:40 and if the time of the assault began at 17:28, and that solves that issue. But if he wants to introduce it, I'm not going to object. I just want to be clear for the appellate court that the statements, once this is introduced, then I'm going to go down the door and get into some of the statements that are included in this that were allegedly made by CL to the nurse. We haven't done that yet. So that's my position. I just wanted that to be on the record, and I want the defendant to be aware of that and make an informed decision in that manner. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Yohn?
Your Honor, if I may, the state has already opened that door. They opened that door with Timothy Schmitt. They opened that door with the sex assault exam pictures. They've opened that door with the descriptions of these issues. They've opened the door for everything except for this redacted statement and, well, the time. But everything else in here is part of Exhibit 3. Everything that has been gone over the last however long we've been here with this Miss Oglesby has been part of Exhibit number 33. I was just going to touch base on the times, but I want to make it clear that the state has introduced all of this information already. They've introduced the genital exams. They've introduced the general exam. They've introduced penetrations. They've introduced methods of assaults. The only thing they have not introduced is post-assault hygiene activity, which I briefly went over, and the medical statement, which is approximately 8 sentences, and quite a bit different than what I was given a couple days ago, yesterday. Your Honor, I was intending to just touch base on the time frame, which is part of everything that we've spoken on. It's part of the record already, but I wanted to touch base on it with Ms. Oglesby.
So the court wanted to make sure you were aware that the people had not introduced or had Exhibit 33 identified by anyone yet, and if you wanted to go down that path, then that would be your choice. But they don't intend to use Exhibit 33 to avoid a possible appeal issue. If you wish to introduce that exhibit, then that'll be your choice, but you'll be waiving the state introducing inadmissible hearsay evidence by you introducing it, Mr. Yohn.
Your Honor,
So if all you want to do is ask this witness about the dates and time and not introduce the Exhibit 3, then that's great. But I just want to forewarn you, as Mr. Jones has done, that if you want to introduce it, then that won't be an appealable issue because you'll be the one introducing that report.
Your Honor, I only want to touch base on 2 issues, really, the times and the patient consent form here. This is all part of this exhibit number 33, but the state hasn't. The state, I believe, is trying to bless me or maybe avoid an appeal issue with keeping the statement itself out. The rest of it's already been introduced by the state, Your Honor.
Right, but the jury back in, you can proceed to, again, with an informed decision now.
I'll just ask the questions, Your Honor. I won't introduce the exhibit at this moment.
Okay, that's good. We'll ask the jury to be recalled and brought back in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The session court is now reconvened. Please see us.
For the record, the jury has returned to the jury box, and Mr. Yohn, if you would like to continue with your cross-examination.
Ms. Oglesby, I apologize, jurors. I just want to touch base on the time frames here in this matter, if you remember them. I'd like to touch base on the time of assault as it was related to you. The time of assault by victim, claimed by victim.
I have written down that it was 1728.
And that is military time, of course, so that would be 5:28 p.m.
Correct?
And if you remember correctly, the admittance time, would that be 1943?
That's correct.
And that would be 7:43 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the time of the exam, could you relay to us the time of the exam beginning?
2140.
And that would be 9:40 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Thank you. One more issue, Ms. Oglesby. In order to fulfill this document, you have to fill out a consent form, true?
True.
And do you, off the top of your head or by your professionalism, do you know what that consent form is called?
A consent form?
Patient consent form, collect and test evidence. How many of them did you fill out?
Just two.
And that patient consent and collect and test evidence or collect form or collect and hold evidence, page 2, that consent form, it tops a box, does it not? It goes on top of a box considered a sexual assault kit, true?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
The consent form that you filled out with law enforcement and victim, the client, that consent form gets taped or pasted to the top of a sexual assault kit box such as you saw earlier, correct?
It does not.
Is there a reason under your understanding that it would be taped to the sexual assault kit box?
It goes with the law enforcement case file.
But you did see the sexual assault kit box earlier and it was taped to the top?
There's nothing taped to the top of the box.
But there's a consent form on top, correct?
No, that's not a consent form.
Could you describe what it may be?
It is just information and a chain of evidence.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
The box that Mr. Young was just referring to, is that the People's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, so just for the record. All right, Mr. Jones, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
We would release your Oglesby from her subpoena with the court's permission.
All right, and you are released from your subpoena and free to go. All right, we are at 10 after 3. Will the state have a witness that they can call and complete by 4 o'clock today, or we'll probably have a...
I think we can finish the next witness.
All right, who would your next witness be?
Dr. Ada Kagumba.
And Dr. Ada Kagumba step in. You come forward to the bailiff and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
I do solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And if we come around here behind the court reporter, we have witness stand for you. Mr. Jones, when you're ready with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us your name, please, and if you could spell your last name for the court reporter?
Ada Kagumba, Kagumba.
And if I could, can everybody hear Dr. Kagumba okay? Just wanted to make sure that microphone sometimes works better the closer you get to it. But, Dr. Kagumba, do you have a particular specialty that you practice in?
Yes, obstetrics and gynecology.
And how long have you done that?
25 years.
And in those 25 years of practicing in OBGYN, have you had the occasion to observe sexual assaults or the injuries that relate to sexual assaults?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
I want to talk to you specifically about November 16th, 2023. On November 16th, 2021, I apologize. On November 16th of 2021, did you meet with a patient by the name of Christina?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you had ever met with her?
Yes.
What was the nature of why she was coming to see you? Was it a referral, a follow-up? What was the basis of that?
It was a follow-up after being seen in the emergency department following a sexual assault.
And you, not talking about what you said to her, but did you talk to Tina about what had occurred?
Yes.
When you talked to her, what was her emotional affect? How did she appear to you?
She appeared to be in shock.
Describe that for me.
It's as if she was watching something that had happened to her and that she couldn't believe had happened to her.
She talked like it happened to somebody else.
Yes.
Almost like in the third person?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you examine her?
Yes.
Now, you understood that the actual act would have occurred about a week before that. Is that right?
Yes.
When you examined her, did you notice injuries in a state of healing?
Yes.
Were you also given the opportunity to look at photos that were taken by Nurse Jacqueline Oglesby on November 9th, 2021?
Yes.
Specifically, I'm going to hand you some photographs, and I want to ask you if these are the photographs that you had a chance to observe. And for the record, what I'm going to have the bailiff hand you are People's Exhibit 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 31, and 32. Now tell me when you've had a chance to go through that.
Okay. I've gone through them.
Dr. Guba, I want to talk to you first then about the injuries to the outside of her body. When you examined her, did you notice bruising in a healing state November 16th of 2021?
Yes.
And is it that bruising that you observed consistent with the photographs that you've had an opportunity to observe as far as the locations of those bruises, her hands, her knees, her buttocks?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
I don't believe Ms. Kagumba here can base her decision off of other photos that somebody else has taken. She obviously did not take her own photos or do her own assessment of record. This is hearsay based on another physician's assessment.
I am a physician.
Hold on. And
Yes, I understand it.
I'm overruling the objections. She is simply looking at the photographs and is testifying that the injuries she observed in healing on November 16th were consistent with the injuries that are depicted in those exhibits. And so there's no statement or hearsay that she's testifying about. She's observing photographs, pictures. So the objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
Again, the injuries that you saw with her hands, her knees, the bruising on her buttocks, the inner portion of her thighs, consistent with what you observed in the photographs that you've had the opportunity to observe.
Yes.
And I want to be clear, on November 16, 2021, you were not working at the behest of law enforcement, is that right?
I was not working at the behest of law enforcement.
You were not attempting to collect any evidence?
No.
You were concerned with your patient's medical history and medical health?
Yes.
You've also had a chance to look at People's Exhibit 31 and 32 showing the vaginal area of Christina Lohman on November 9th, 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Are the injuries that you saw in People's Exhibit 31 and 32 consistent with sexual assault in your medical opinion?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kugumba. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, any cross-examination questions for this witness?
Your Honor, just a few, possibly one or two. Dr. Adekungumba, you did observe, obviously, a week later, what could be potential marks from a sex assault or an assault in general, correct?
Yes.
But they're not definitely from them occurrences, true?
Yes.
In fact, you have no factual determination that they were, other than one's declarance or one's statement of stating that they may have had these issues upon your review of them, correct?
The patient told me what happened, and I believed that the injuries she sustained fit with what she told me.
They fit, but they could be from other incidents also, true?
They could.
Thank you. You're obviously a doctor. I respect your level of profession. The vaginal cavity. Can you tell us a little bit about healing when it comes to the vaginal cavity?
I'm not sure what you mean exactly.
I'm a human being. I don't have a vagina, obviously. But the vaginal cavity is one of the quickest healing parts of the body, true?
I don't know that to be true.
You don't know that to be true, but it does heal pretty quickly.
I'm not sure what you mean pretty quickly.
The marks when you did your exams, what stage did the marks appear to be in as far as the healing stage?
Almost healed after
Almost
a
healed?
week. Yes.
And you've obviously seen sexual assault victims, correct?
Yes.
And if, say, I use this as an example, say if a person was penetrated with something the diameter of this cup. The diameter of this cup here is pretty decent size. It's pretty big. If somebody was...
Judge, I apologize. I have to object. We're making a record here. He says a cup and he says pretty big. I think the appellate court's going to want something more definite than pretty big.
You could be more definite in describing for the record what cup you're using, the approximate size, Mr. Yohn. Will have a clear record for the court.
Once again, I take this cup here. The cup's diameter is, I'd say 3.5 inches wide. If somebody was violently penetrated by that cup, would that leave excessive marking? And probably most likely not be almost healed a week later.
She wasn't penetrated with a cup. She was penetrated with a penis. Your penis.
But do you know that for sure?
Yes, she told me.
She told you, so that's 100% positive. You, almost as if you were there. True?
As her physician, I believed what she told me. That's my job.
You believe that, but it's not a fact. True.
True. It's what she told me and what I documented.
Thank you. Thank you.
No further questions?
No, sir. Not at all.
Mr. Jones, any further redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
We would excuse this witness, Your Honor.
All right, so you're released from your witness subpoena, ma'am. Doctor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
State have another short witness, or?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Because we have probably several days ahead of us, the court is going to adjourn for the evening. However, prior to doing so, I would admonish the jurors that we will now recess for the evening. You may go about your normal affairs, and you must not discuss this case with anyone, including family members, friends, or your fellow jurors. As I told you at the beginning of this case, your job as jurors is extremely important. Your decision on your verdict is to be based only upon the evidence that you see and hear in this courtroom and the instructions of law that I give you. Therefore, to remain fair and impartial, you must refrain from doing the following things until you are discharged from service on this case. You must not converse with anyone on any subject connected with this case. You must not read or listen to any outside comments or news accounts of this case. You must not discuss amongst yourselves any subject connected with the trial or form any opinion on the case until you start your deliberations on the verdict. You must not go or not view or go to the place where the offense was allegedly occurred or committed. If you hear or observe anything about this case outside this courtroom, whether inadvertently or otherwise, you must immediately inform me at the beginning of our next session. Do not discuss these things with your fellow jurors at any time. You are to report tomorrow morning in time to start promptly at 9 a.m. to continue your jury service in this case. And so, again, if you need to get here at 8:30 in order to start at 9 a.m., please do so. But I want you to be here so I can call you in to begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow, not 9:05, because then everyone else is waiting for the last person to arrive. So please be timely and prompt. And with that, I will release you with your thanks for today, and I'll see you back tomorrow to start at 9 a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.